Islands and Barbados. Barbados, of course, top of the table. And they, of course, have won all their matches. They've played 3 matches and have won all 3 matches. So there are 6 points. Windwards, on the other hand, they would have played the same number of matches, 3, and they've won 2 and lost 1. So they are on 4 points. The news we greet you with is that Windwards won the toss and elected to insert the Barbados team. And I'll give you a quick rundown of the teams for Barbados. Haley Match is the captain. Shakira Selman and Aline, Shamelia Connell, Kalia Elliott, Alison Gordon, Trishan Holder, Casey Knight, Shona Knight, the Knight twins, of course, Malisa Scantleberry, Alia Williams, that's the Barbados team. And for the Windwards, just one change from the last match. Fontaine is not in. She was the wicketkeeper in the last match. She's out. I noticed that she has been replaced by Cassie Williams, so I don't know if she is injured and has been replaced, but we'll get some confirmation on that. But for the Windwards, it's Afi Fletcher, Janelia Glasgow, Malika Edward, Kimon Homer, Namia Marcelin, and I think Marcelin will do the wicket keeping for the Windwards today. Amir Gilbert, Zadia James, Pearl Etienne, Nerissa Crafton, Kiana Joseph, and Karina Noel. Windwards, of course, won the toss and inserted Barbados, and the Casey Knight will take first strike. Good morning, Victor, and certainly your opinion on Windwards winning the toss and putting in Barbados.
And really, they would have their ideas why they did that, but for moments I wondered that if they have the view that they are stronger as a bowling unit than as a batting unit, that they took that into consideration. I'm not too certain what the reason might be. If they are bowling, their figure is stronger, why they choose to bowl first.
They've had one delivery, and Casey Knight was off the mark immediately, turning it down to backward square. In fact, she's getting more runs here. This one, in fact, she gets a slight edge on it. It goes down to fine leg and 4. So Barbados starting well. They have 6 of 2 deliveries. But interestingly, the Windwards is opting to insert Barbados. Of course, Kiana Joseph, she has been the leading wicket taker so far in the tournament. In fact, she would have picked up a hat trick. And the last match against the Trinidad and Tobago team, she in fact picked up some 6 wickets. So Kiana Joseph so far has picked up some 15 wickets in the tournament from the 3 matches. So she's a critical part of this Windwards lineup. This one is defended by Knight. And the bowler from the far end for Windwards, Janelia Glasgow. As a slip, 3rd man on the boundary, backward point cover, extra cover, mid-off. There's a long leg on the boundary, short mid-wicket, and mid-on. Casey Knight gets a single to short backward square. So 1 more to the score. And that takes the score to 7. So Starting well, Barbados, Victor.
Yes, indeed. And as the field changes over for the right-hander, and the right hand, left hand, and the crease, so there will be a lot of shifting around once the singles being taken. And these two for Barbados, no doubt, will be thinking in mind to give their team another very good start here against the Windward Islands at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground.
So 7 for no loss. And Victor, interestingly, Kishona Knight, she has had a century so far. In fact, the only century in the tournament so far, 144, which she would have made against, I think it was against Jamaica. In fact, she made that 100, and she would have got that 144 in 109 with 119 deliveries. So she is in some form. Matthew is in some form too. She tugs a short delivery up towards straightest longer and should get two. And end of over number 1, Victor, 9 for no loss.
Yes, and with 9 on the board, these two, obviously, for Barbados, going to try and put themselves in a good position by putting on a good opening partnership. But on the other hand, the Windward Islands would be looking for early inroads. And the Windwards won the toss here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground and decided to put in Barbados to have first now.
So, as expected, Etienne will pick up the attack from the pavilion end. She, of course, is one of the opening bowlers for the Windward Islands. Of course, the Windward Islands depend heavily on their spinners, Kiana Joseph in particular, and their captain, Afi Fletcher, who is, of course, a West Indies selectee. 9 for no loss. Barbados being inserted by the Windward Islands. Some loose cricket there. We saw Casey Knight driving at outside the off stump. The delivery pitched outside, was wide of the off stump, missed it, and the keeper not taken cleanly. Marcelin, of course, who had a very bad match in the first match of the tournament against Guyana, but she is back behind the stumps today. And Etienne this time would be bowling to Haley Matthew. That's a good delivery, Victor. It was right up in the block hole, and Matthew dug it out and got it out to backward point where it was fielded. And she can't score, but a good delivery from Etienne. This time it's going down to fine leg for just a 1 run. We'll wait on the umpires. In fact, it would have come from bat umpires in this match. Would be Ramnawari and Brown. Night defense once more. So Matthew has had a high score of 72 not out in the tournament so far. So she has been in the runs column. Victor, we would have mentioned earlier on that Windwards opted to insert Barbados, and Barbados team uh, that has batted quite well for the tournament so far. In fact, Barbados would have notched up a score in excess of some 300 runs in the last match they played. And that match, of course, was against Jamaica when they scored some 318 for 8 from 50 overs. In that match, Kishona Knight got 144. Haley Matthew 31 and Trishan Holder 36, and Scantleberry, she got 27. So consistent scores all around there for Barbados, and notching up a huge total against Jamaica. And Jamaica limped to 113 for 9 of 28.4 was in reply. So Barbados in very good touch. Single to Matthew, pushing it up to wideish mid-off. So Matthew goes to 4. It's now 13 for no loss Barbados. And certainly the Barbados team, Victor, in very good form.
Yeah, they are in very good form, and really, no doubt they will try to continue that form here today at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And the Centurion of the last game is on strike. And another run, we'll have to wait and see. But it is actually one more to the total. And leg by now comes, signal by the umpire. So that will advance the total now. Is it 15? No? Yes. So the right-hander is on strike.
And Victor, just to look at the performance of the Barbados team so far in the first match against Trinidad and Tobago. They dismissed Trinidad and Tobago for 161 or 43.5 overs. Matthew is playing up to wideish mid-off. It was in the air for a while, but no chance of a catch. And for Trinidad and Tobago, she scored 68 and Brittany Cooper 32. Captain Anissa Mohammed scored 16. And for Barbados, Alison Garden picked up 4 for 36. And Keller Elliott 4 for 40. Barbados in reply scored 164 from 38.3 overs. Knight, Kaisia Knight, that's the other twin sister, she got 37. Kishona Knight 35. Alia, Aline 48 not out, and Selman 21 not out. And for Trinidad and Tobago, Sugun 2 for 36, Mohammed 1 for 36. And of course, Barbados won that match handsomely. As the over comes to an end, it's the end of over number 3. And at the end of over number 3, the score Barbados, after being inserted, 15 for no loss. But just to continue, Victor, a quick look at the performance of Barbados so far. The second round they played against Guyana, dismissed Guyana for 121, 34.3 overs. Campbell getting 21, Lima 24, Schultz 21, Connell for Barbados, picked up 2 for 21, Maxwell 25.
Yeah, and keeping things quite tight, Adrian. But these two batsmen, we have not seen any deliveries really posing difficulties for either at this present moment.
Perhaps we could take a look at the performance. Windward knocked that off with just the loss of 1 wicket. For Ghana, Manu had scored 18 and been on 20, and Fletcher picked up 2 for 10. Kiana Jolie 4 for 18, and the Windwards reply 8 for 1 of 21.2 overs. We've had some forward balls, so we're in over number 5. Just to continue on the performance of the Windward Islands team so far, the second match was against the Windwards. Windwards who did anything of note with the bat. She was 44 not out, so the rest of the team for Leewards could only muster some 15 runs. And for Windwards, Daniela Glassford picked up 2 for 11. 5 and a hat trick. So Windwards winning that one quite easily. So
So far, these two openers. But the two batters at the crease, they don't look in any difficulty at this present moment.
So in the third round, Windwards played at Trinidad and Tobago, and Windwards were dismissed for 150 or 44.3 overs, with Fletcher getting 50 and Kiana Joseph 29. Some by the Windward Islands. And the guilty person there seems to be Zadia James, allowing that one to go through and allowing a single as the over comes to an end, the end of over number 5. So at the end of over number 5, it's 17 with no loss Barbados. But just to continue, TNT responded with 152 for 8. For TNT, Haraka picked up 3 for 24, Samaru 2 for 24. TNT responded 152 for 8 with Boyce getting 53, Samaru 24, and Ramharak 23 not out. Fletcher 2 for 41, Joseph 6 for 20. But that certainly was a match that could have gone either way. In fact, at one point the Windward seems to be in a position to win that match, but perhaps a few bad decisions, bad bowling changes by the captain and some poor outfielding. And the wicketkeeper, of course, guilty too of giving away extras. Perhaps that drove the nail in the coffin of the Windward Islands. So good shot up to Edwards, who is slow off the mark, and the single easily taken in the end. It's a slight overcast. The sun has gone on the clouds a bit. No threat of rain. We got a fairly good at his legs. Matthew was swinging at and missing the ball. Beat Matthew, beat the keeper. Windward signal. The ball ran away for 4. So 5 wides, 5 runs to Barbados.
Yes, and that is relatively the first really loose delivery, so to speak, from Etienne. Apart from that, she has been on the mark, but misguided that one going further down the leg side.
23 for no loss. Barbados. And Victor, rather bold move by the Windwards to insert the Barbados team, a team that has just come off a high, some 315 runs for 8, some 50 overs. That's a nice shot. In the match against Trinidad and was not given 1 over to at least try and break the partnership at one point. Shona Knight looking rather comfortable turning it down to square leg for a single. But I thought in that match against Trinidad and Tobago, Crafton could have been used by the Windwards, but they opted not to. And in the end, the Windwards went down. They seemed to be a confused bunch out there towards the end. And they lost the match, which at one point they seemed to be in a position to win. But this has been a relatively quiet start by the Barbados team. They're 25 for no loss. And they've had some 5 overs completed. We are into over number 6. And the batters they're playing themselves in. It's a 50 over affair. 50 overs is a lot of overs to bat. Good shot there by Kishona Knight. Just turning it down to fine leg, rather straight. And a valiant attempt there by Etienne to rope that one in. But the ball eluded and ran across the boundary for 4.
Yes, and it came down to the fine leg boundary just beneath us here at the northern end, and it came across the outfield quite quickly. It was well guided, and really Barbados earning 4 more runs. So they have been off to a quiet start, but sound and solid are these two for Barbados opening, and relatively speaking, they have given good opening partnerships. But what is going to be an interesting factor is when Afi Fletcher, who is a right-arm leg break and googly bowler, and the leading wicket taker Joseph, when she comes into the attack, that is going to be an interesting period of play.
Well, from what we have seen of this track so far, we have not seen much spin, but this is a good shot up to the cover boundary 4. That's a good shot. That's good timing that time there by Kishona Knight, playing it through the covers, and the ball raced away to the cover boundary for wonderful 4 indeed. That was more timing than anything else, Victor.
Yes, and
playing it between cover, short cover, and extra cover, and racing away for 4.
yeah, and the thing is, the timing was good and the placement was good, and at times you don't necessarily have to try to hit the ball very hard once your timing is on the ball, and that particular stroke was of good timing, but the outfield showing quickness over the ground also too, and it raced into the cover point boundary for 4. So these two, they have started quietly but quite solid as a start in their opening partnership. The left-hander is now on strike, and she gets a good delivery, and no more runs to the total. So the game before, like you were alluding to, Earl Smith, and yes, in the latter part of that encounter, the Windward fielders were baffled all left, right, and center. The wicketkeeper made errors. There were bad misses in the field, and I think that is what cost them eventually that encounter.
In fact, I've been saying Kishona Knight all along. The batter is in fact KCR Knight. So my apologies for listeners for that error on my part. So it's in fact KCR. And as the over comes to an end, so we have had some 6 overs completed now. 7 overs in fact. Scoreboard on the far side of the field a little tardy in putting up the overs. So 7 overs completed, and it's now 33 for no loss.
Yeah.
So just under 5 runs for over the Barbados team at this point.
And these two consolidating for Barbados, and we'll have to wait and see if Etienne can pull something out of the bag, getting a first blow for the Windwards. She's going to try from this the northern end. But
Good shot there by Haley Macho, but going straight to Crafton at mid-wicket. And no run was scored that time. Mr. Crafton, left arm medium pacer.
Haley Matthews, probably it looks like something the umpire is going to do to her bat. I don't know if it's a piece of woodwork get away and she just clipping it or something like that. But anyway, you're not missing any play at the moment, just momentarily getting some assistance from the square leg umpire. We could not be too certain, but it's something with the bat. Could not be too certain what it might be. But for those of you who might just be joining, it's here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Today it's the Windward Islands versus Barbados. The Windward Islands won the toss and inserted Barbados. Barbados not losing a wicket as yet, but consolidating, and these two are trying to build a good partnership for their team.
Etienne once more. Oh, that's well timed there, but I think Edwards, who's at mid-off, she's a bit sluggish. She rather lumbered around. She's a tall lass and well built, and it was to her left, and it was well timed and well driven down to the widest long off by Haley Matthew for 4. A wonderful shot indeed, but one thought that there could have been a bit more of an effort there from Edward, who is fielding at mid-off.
Yeah.
And now she goes very wide of the off stump. Perhaps not looking to get into driving range, Etienne. And she knows that Haley Matthews is capable of driving and driving well, but it's a packed offside field though. This time she's in the black hole, and well kept out there by Matthew for single.
So it's not just about getting boundaries, they are actually exchanging the strike nicely, getting the ones and twos in between, but more boundaries have been struck so far but doing the ideal thing, and with the left and right hander at the crease, this also poses more challenges for the bowlers to get their lines and length proper, especially when the batters have to exchange when they get the singles.
Tip down to long leg, but only a single, as it's Gilbert who comes from off the long leg boundary to field. So just a single there.
For these two batsmen, they're looking very comfortable at the crease. I believe I would have liked to bring my main spinner into the attack. That's the Windward Islands, that is, who is Joseph, right into the next over. But we'll have to wait and see. And really, there's going to be a sharp single and well judged. And
well, it was well judged, but a bit of sloppiness there by Kiana Joseph. She fumbled, the ball ricocheted from her hand and went to her right, and Matthew and Kaisi and Knight seized the opportunity for a run which originally never appeared to be on. So that over comes to an end, and it's now 41 without loss. Barbados.
Yeah, and these two really doing the job which their captain requires of them to really put Barbados off to a good start, and so far they have done so very well indeed. Well, on the Windward's part, after inserting Barbados, they will be looking for their first wicket, which has not arrived as yet. Well, the two batters just had a mid-pitch conversation, and no doubt assessing the situation as the play continues here at the St. Paul's Recreation Park. As I say, good morning to William Mockall and welcome to St. Paul's and to this encounter, the Windward Islands versus Barbados. William.
Good morning, Victor, and good morning to viewers of this broadcast. A very quiet morning so far. It's a little warm. There is some breeze going across the ground, and the Barbados having a very reasonably good start at against the Windward Islands.
Wow.
Here's Haley Matthew.
Oh my, and then eventually she actually threw the ball over the boundary after retrieving it inside the boundary. Probably in trying to throw it now, it slipped from her grasp and it went over, so 4 more runs. So a team like Barbados, who have been playing so well, you can ill afford to make those mishaps, as Earl Smith was alluding to in their game against Trinidad right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, or at the latter part they had some atrocious feeling in all areas, and they would hope from a Windward Islands point of view that that doesn't repeat itself today. And a nice stop this time at point.
A few areas of indiscretion are now beginning to show themselves. A few wides for 4, misfields and mishaps.
Well,
That one, of course, was just a single, and she miscalculated apparently in trying to get the ball back to the keeper. It went over for 4. Again, the question is, should Windwards have batted, or were they correct to insert a very powerful Barbados batting lineup?
well,
Just a question that one would ask.
well, I would figure because their bowling have been, especially the spinners, have been very successful thus far in the tournament, and that would appear to me that would be the stronger area in this game of this CG Insurance Super 50 Regionals Women Cricket Tournament. And they would figure that their strength being in the spinners areas who have been successful, but we have not seen that being introduced as yet, no spinner. So we'll just have to wait and see what will be the outcome, if it was justified in putting in Barbados.
Yeah, the strength of the Barbadians comes on both sides. They are relatively good in the field, and their bowling unit is quite a powerful one as well as the batting is.
Well, they're getting close to the 50, first of all. What it will be into the 40s now, you will be able to...
It's 45 without loss.
45
actually.
without loss. And this is a good start, again by Barbados, here today at St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And no run, but they would be pleased for how these two have gone about their job so far. Windward Islands still looking for their first success.
Well, it's still credit to the Windward Islands, though. They have kept things rather quiet. This is the 9th over, actually. And with 46 for no loss, it's not a runaway situation. Of course, that score could have been less, about 12 to 15 runs, given the few indiscretions in terms of misfielding and the wides and so on. They've been pretty good in my view, apart from the few discretions. However, we're speaking about the Windward Islands being strong as it relates to...
Yes, and the chief wicket taker for the Windward Islands and for the tournament so far, Kiana Joseph, and she has had a hat trick also too in a game, and really this is going to be an interesting period, and this would then give us better ideas as to why the Windwards asked Barbados to bat first. So it's going to be interesting to see like how they cope with this top class spinner, because she has been very successful thus far, William.
Yes, she has a broad 73 on the back of her, and I understand she has quite a few wickets in this. So the left arm leg spinner. She's got into retrieved by the number 57, Glasgow. I was saying that the spinners might have done better when the pitch have been used for a while. When it's worn, maybe the second innings, she could have been much more effective than a brand new pitch like this one.
Well, they would have their reasons, but I would like to believe that their main reason might be because their spinners, especially Quiana Joseph, who is in operation now, has been very successful. And in the sense, really, it looks to me that the Windwards bowling attack is a strong one in terms of their spinners, and we know that spin bowling in all facets of the game around the world now has been the dominant factor. And here it is also too at this CG Insurance Super 50 Women's Regional Cricket. One more run to the total, getting closer to the 50. The advances are now to 46 without loss. Barbados being inserted by the Windwards. So
47 without loss. Yes, 47
without
loss.
Yeah. And number 73 on the back of Josie, left arm orthodox spinner, flighted delivery, and not afraid to give most of her deliveries that flight, which is a very good sign. So a first good over by Quiana Joseph, operating from the northern end. But these two, we have not seen if any deliveries so far has really caused some challenges for both batters, but they're now having a mid-pitch conversation, which is very good, no doubt, assessing the situation and knowing that 300 legal deliveries must be bowled if there is no interruption of play for any reasons. So it's a lot of deliveries to face, and batting first and coming off a last grand total of 318. So they would no doubt try to consolidate and put on a grand opening stand and then really challenge the Windward Islands.
You said change of bowling. Karina Noel.
The leg side, another bonus given by a wide, and for the type of form the Barbados team have been in, you can ill afford to give away those bonuses, you know.
Correct, and the score?
49.
The score is 49, almost 50.
49 without loss, that is Barbados batting first. Here is another delivery being hammered, and that brings up the 50 for Barbados in this opening encounter right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. So they would be pleased with the start. How many overs for the 50?
The 50 come up in 65 balls, 5 fours.
Right, so off to a very competent and comfortable start. We have not seen any difficulty being posed to either batsman at the moment for Barbados. Let us see what would happen at this time. Being played down to third man. There is a fielder down there, so one more, 51, and really these two looking in no difficulty at all out there. That Casey and Knight. Their challenges are not great at the moment.
No challenge. They seem to be not much coming off the wicket, except once or twice. I've seen the ball gone past the bat.
Another one to the total by the wide going down the leg side. So the Windwards will also have to be careful on that high percentage, and because they excellent batting form that the Barbados team is in, and bowling and giving away those extras, it's going to be a consequence for them in the end. But a much better delivery and no run in the process. So these two looking quite composed, looking quite comfortable out there in the middle.
Yeah, we are beginning to see some indiscretions from the bowlers, which we didn't see earlier. She's out.
Yes, and it was a good catch. Moving around from mid on, we will see who is the fielder when she turns her back and get that number. But the first wicket going down for Barbados, and the Windward Islands striking their first wicket with the Centurion in the last game. That is
The sister, not her.
not is and oh no, sorry, she was not the Centurion. So pardon me, but the catch was taken. We will get that in a moment. But we can tell our listeners the first wicket going down for Barbados after being inserted by the Windwards.
50, of course, for the first wicket. And, of course, I just began to speak about the indiscretions in the field where we've seen some wides and a few misfields, and these could be very costly for the Windwards in the end.
Yes,
and having said that, then we see the fall of one wicket where Casey Knight swung at the ball from Noel. It went down to mid-wicket and a catch was taken.
Yeah, by Crafton there.
Crafton.
Yes,
Louisa Crafton.
Yeah, she took the catch and the first wicket going down. So this should be some encouragement for the Windward Islands getting their first wicket. But for Barbados Pride, they could feel relatively pleased with the opening start, just losing their first wicket just over the 50.
Of course, and this brings in Keshona Knight, the young lady who made 140 against Jamaica, and of course she could very well be one of our leading scorers as we speak. And of course, there's no let up to the enormous talent these Barbadians do possess.
And well, let us see what will she do here today. But good bowling so far by Karina Noel, and that has completed a successful over. So the first wicket coming for the Windward Islands, which they would be pleased about, having a new batter at the crease, and possibly what they might be trying to do is to get the new batter facing more of the deliveries, especially like how the chief wicket taker is now into the attack in Quiana Joseph, left arm orthodox spinner. She's going to come between, it looks like she's going to come between the umpire and the wicket, which is over the wicket then to the right-hander. So quite an interesting field placing, but as well as she been bowling too, and I think what the Windwards might be good off in doing is probably, instead of having the long on right away on the boundary and the long off, keep them inside the 30-yard circle until the batter does something different. Invite her then to even take chances, possibly to try and go over the top. But just actually, we would say that she is in a comfort zone to just hit it down to mid-off or mid-on and get runs. But this is going out to deep cover. You are in a better position to see where it's going.
Yeah, it was a short delivery, punched out in the covered region, and the ball was retrieved by the very athletically built fielder on the cover boundary, and the 2 runs were had by the batters.
Yeah, number 73 is Quiana Joseph, and she is left arm orthodox spinner over the wicket. And really, this is going to be a very interesting period of play now that Quiana Joseph is in the attack.
She's not afraid to give it the little loop. And,
invitation is to the batsman, come and get me, or, that is, and with this nice stiff breeze coming across the ground, that will also assist in terms of flight. And that one was in the air momentarily, but not for a chance really, but in the end, they were able to get a run, but they usually say it is better at times to bowl a full toss than a short pitch delivery.
Yes, that was
Sometimes.
intently. She wanted to play it maybe on the onside of the wicket, and of course a leading edge, as it were, almost took it back to the bowler, and of course a single was had.
Left-hander to left-hander now. Left-hander Quiana Joseph. To the now, the last innings he played before this one. Outside the off stump and no runs, played out a couple. So definitely the scoring rate has curtailed to an extent, not a huge extent, but a lot much more since the spinner Joseph is in the attack. Taking that one on her body prevented any further run. So
It's early days yet, though, Victor. We're in the 12th over, and of course there's quite a bit left.
well, that is what they can ill afford to be doing consistently. Bowling those loose deliveries. One more to the total by a wide though. And the batter pulling away. Not to certain what reason. If she was not quite ready, that would have been the appropriate thing to have done. She settles now.
Against the left-handers, the bowler, the left-hand spinner, Joseph, may not be quite as effective as she would be against the right-handers. However, Hayley Matthew is one who is very competent to handle just about anything.
Well,
so therefore, the way is that they need to prize out one of these wickets.
Well, the thing is that with she being so successful as Quiana Joseph, I would like to believe it was against. I would like to believe it was against all batters, whether it was right or left. But I did not see her, apart from the Trinidad game. So I wouldn't probably bring it down to the equation that the left-hander probably is a little more challenging. But when you are a good bowler, any type of batter is at the crease, you usually bowlers usually still demonstrate their bowling skills. Well, number 4, Karina Noel is doing that at the moment. She is the successful bowler so far for the Windward Islands. She is looking to seek more success. And the Windwards definitely, the scoring rate has slowed down to an extent. And since Karina Noel and Quiana Joseph into the attack, but if the Windwards can keep getting wickets, that will be the prize thing here for them. But Barbados getting another run, advancing their cause.
That's the end of the 11th over. Am I right? Yes. The 12th over. Oh, well, my counting has gone out of. Do forgive me. The end of the 12th over. No, it's not the end. They're just changing for the left and right hand combination. This thing happens to, it threatens everyone. The bowler, the commentators, even the umpires do have to make a change whenever there is a right hand, left hand combination. Noel is still in her over, and she's bowling to Knight. Knight pulls this one around to the fine leg, and a single is had.
Well, left and right hander, the batters, once they get and keep exchanging, especially the ones, the bowlers will have to really concentrate and try to maintain their good line. But so far, Karina Noel has been doing a good job. This one is on a good lane, but cannot prevent the batters. And that is the hallmark of partnerships a lot of times, when you can keep exchanging and getting those singles once you're not getting the boundaries. And so far, of the period of play so far this morning, Barbados have been doing it very well. Well, Brianna Joseph is going to continue the attack, obviously, and she's going to do it from this to northern end here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. It is CG Insurance Super 50 Women's Cricket. Matches being played at the Warner Park International Cricket Stadium and at the Connery Cricket Centre, and right here at St. Paul's Recreation Ground, number 73 on the back of her jersey. And she would be looking and trying to make further inroads into this Barbados batting, but on the other hand, these two will try to consolidate and build the next good partnership after that valuable opening partnership that they had. Here is, I'm not afraid to fly to delivery, but the batters not taking any undue risks, just playing every ball on its merit and looking to steadier. And here is the delivery outside the off stump. It is going across the extra cover boundary. And another 4. So advances the total now for Barbados into the 60s. Are we scorers? We are into the 60s. 63, and our scorers have been doing a very good job, and encourage them for their consistency to keeping us abrasive as to what is going on out in the middle. It's truly appreciated. And here is Kiana Joseph and asking, and from our vantage point it looks like it was going down the leg side, and the umpire, who is in the more best position, says not out.
Again, I think she fancies her chances against the right-handers more than the left-handers, and so that one was well pitched on, beating the bat, of course.
Okay. Oh, you can ill afford those mishaps with such a team that is in such good form by giving them what I would consider bonuses. And another run to Barbados total, and they move on now to 64 for the loss of 1 wicket. So Barbados not under any pressure as to per se at this present moment. So there is absolutely from the batters no need for any indiscretions, only unless if the bowlers put them into that indiscretion of playing strokes that the bowler caused that. But here is Joseph, who has been very successful, short, one play down to the mid-wicket area. And William, the batter's looking quite comfortable out there at the moment.
Yes, the ball before that one, she missed it. It was going past the outside edge on the offside, and of course the keeper took it. A question was asked, and very rare do we see a ball going past the bat of these Barbadian batsmen.
Well, so far in the innings, that is true. That has been rare in terms of deliveries getting past the batsman, or the batsman not negotiating deliveries proper and going through to the keeper. But Windward Islands will have to try to continue to take wickets and take them at a rapid pace, because the form that this Barbados team is in, they're off to a good start, and this could be another big total for them, as it looks right now, earning themselves another run.
Yeah, Windwards will have to be a lot quicker in the field and a lot more aggressive in the field. They're allowing too many balls to hit their hands and deflect for an extra or for a single that wasn't on. And of course, they have to cut down on the many wides and extras that they're giving up. So there's another wide.
Another wide, and that's a very valuable observation, in that with a team which is in such tremendous form, if you can put that down to less in terms of those extras, it can also help the cause better the Windward Islands. But the Barbados team, they are in a good position, even though they have lost a wicket and one striking the batsman on the pad. There was an appeal by Noel, but the umpire thinks it probably might have been beaten leg stump, and she came and collected. Well, The sun has left us momentarily here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground in St. Kitts, where this match and other matches are played around the island. One actually now is at Warner Park and the other one at the Connery Cricket Center. But here is Barbados looking good and trying to obviously to put or post a very valuable total on the board, as they have been doing since this tournament have commenced.
Yes, credit to the Barbadian batters, though. They have been taking the singles whenever it's necessary. And we have not had any close calls. Here's a short delivery, pulled away down to, well, it's Fowler Square, just about mid-wicket. And the ball retrieved, a single was had. They have taken the singles where necessary. They have not got themselves bogged down into too many dot balls, and therefore the score, as you see it, there are not many boundaries, but of course the singles and twos have contributed significantly.
Yes, and a very important aspect here as play continues, and no run on this occasion. So these two looks absolutely at this present moment in no difficulty out there in the middle. That's the batters for Barbados, and really they're trying to consolidate and place themselves in a very valuable position. Let us see what would happen. There is, that might have been close, but didn't struck the stumps, and in the end, another one more run to the total, advances now the total on to 70 for 70, 1 wicket down, and Barbados would feel very comfortable at this particular moment of play, William.
Yes, Barbados, they are a fairly competent team, given the fact that many of their batters have had international experience. The Windwards, on the other hand, not all of the players have had international exposure, and but they have done fairly well in this competition, and their confidence is up. Having that confidence, they have chosen to insert Barbados, which is one of the more powerful teams in the competition. They're trusting their bowling. They're trusting the fact that we have bowled out everybody else, and of course they are taking their chances.
Well, they're more confident that in the view that true that the bowling attack have been more successful, and especially Kiana Joseph, who is it now, and no run of that delivery. So 70 it is for the loss of 1 wicket, and Barbados would obviously be placing themselves to place a challengeable total on the board, and so far has gotten a good start. Here is another run coming down to mid-on, and the batter actually walking it as even halfway, getting another comfortable single. So 71 it is for 1 wicket going down. Barbados being inserted by the Windwards here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground in St. Kitts. It's CG Super 50 tournament, women tournament. Here is another run to Barbados, and quite easily down to mid-on. So probably I would have had a different idea of bringing the feelers up and just inviting the batters to really have a go with the feelers inside the ring.
Yes, the Barbadian batters are very comfortable, and they will remain comfortable once they are given the freedom so to do. And they have taken the singles. They get a single at will on occasions, and of course, if we bring the field in, as Victor was suggesting, that could force them, of course, to go boundary and taking risk, which will give the Windwards an opportunity for peeling a wicket or two. Earl, welcome back to the microphones.
Yes, thank you, Wilman. Yes, of course, you might be thinking in terms of doing that. What I've seen from the Barbados batters so far is the ability to exercise patience. It's a 50 over affair, and there's been a lot of complaints about teams not utilizing the maximum overs.
Yeah.
Barbados is one of the few teams that would have batted 50 overs. In fact, they did that in the last match against Jamaica, which they won handsomely when they scored 318 runs for 8 wickets. We saw a match that went down recently to the Windward Islands, the two bottom of the table teams, Windward Islands and Guyana. And both teams, although the score was small, both teams batted for their 50 overs, and Lee was in the end probably should have won that one. They lost by just 1 run, and they also had a wicket in hand.
Yes, and of course they had the opportunity to win that match hands down. I felt that too many dot balls undid the effort, and all the Guyanese did was to simply bowl as many dot balls as possible, reducing the disparity between balls required and runs required. And I made the comment that they need to be a hustle on to make sure these remain far apart. Seemingly no one agreed with me, and they thought, well, we have seen things, teams get bowled out trying to do that. And Leewards failed by 1 run, but if you look at the dot ball column, you would see a huge number of balls that went, that wasn't scored from. And I felt that the opportunity was there for them to win that game.
I think though, having said all of that, it's very difficult for me to see a team batting all of 50 overs and failing to get 167 runs to win, especially with 1 wicket in hand. And you could be right in saying that they did not capitalize on singles. It would be interesting to know what did that.
Yeah, I don't have those with me.
Percentage would have been.
Yeah.
But certainly the Windwards, the Leewards, which appear to be improving in the gameplay. They certainly could have done a lot better in that match and probably come away with some 2 points. What the of force just leaving the field, and at the moment the score is 70-1, but 73-1 in fact. But you and Victor was 70?
74. Yeah.
Okay. It's I'm looking at the scoreboard at the
far
end, but it has been misleading me for quite some time, so probably I should just stay away from the scoreboard.
Yeah, and then this one has a delay.
Yeah.
There's a delay,
so it's 74. It's the actual score. And Haley Matthew is on 32. Kishona Knight is on 6. The batter dismissed. The other twin sister, Casey and Knight. And she was replaced by her sister Kishona, and who is on 6. So Casey and Knight scored 23 runs from 40 deliveries. And we're going to see a bowling change from the far end.
Yes.
And,
yes.
Oh my goodness, that one was tossed in the air by Gilbert. It was a rather obnoxious looking full toss, and Kishona Knight just played it into the offside for a single, but certainly she was lucky to get away with that one. So Gilbert is bowling right arm, and she's a right arm spinner, looks like off spinner. Well, somebody said something. She's listed here as a right arm spinner. as a spinner, so I guess she has a variety, Wilmon.
Yes.
But we just look at her and make a determination. Certainly, the first delivery wasn't threatening the wicket, of course. Certainly, they wouldn't have been any spin on the first that delivery. It was a full pitch one.
I think this will be the test of the Windwards claim that they have a strong bowling contingent. And of course, this will be a real test for it.
I don't think they're using their bowlers well, though. They're looking for wickets at this point. And why the captain? Why has she opted to bring on Gilbert ahead of her? She's a West Indies and an international player. So why is Effie Fletcher not bringing herself on at this point?
Questions I can't answer, Earl.
Well, it does not make sense. You probably can't answer it, but I'll answer by saying it's not logical at this point. You would expect that she would be hoping to pick up a wicket or two. It's very critical for them to dismiss Haley Matthew as quickly as possible. He is a poor delivery going down the leg side there by Gilbert. And it eludes the keeper, Marcelin, who has not had a very good tournament as a wicket keeper. She was she kept wicket rather poorly in the first match she kept in. This is a second match keeping wicket, but certainly she does not look a very good keeper. But who knows, maybe she has brought on Gilbert to switch around the bowlers, to switch Kiana Joseph.
A slip comes in. A slip comes in.
There we go again. Tossed up. Very innocuous delivery. High full toss. And Kishona playing it down to long off for a single. So she has not been threatening the pitch, I could say, about Gilbert so far.
But this bowler could very well be the one that could undo most of the Barbadian batters.
Well, you'll never know. This one is played up to mid-wicket to Edwards for a single. Certainly, the pitch would be all the better for bowling because most of the deliveries are full tosses.
Right. But see, cricket is a strange old game, and the person who seems so innocuous and indisciplined could be the one to knock over most of the wickets, and that's why sometimes you just have to look and observe, and and just enjoy what you see.
Well,
I've seen worse than this.
What I can tell you is that Fletcher is bringing herself on from this end.
Well, as you were saying.
So probably she prefers, she figured probably the wind direction and all that. But because if you look at the leaves, the banana trees and the other trees, the wind seems to be coming from in the let's say the southern area. It seems to be a southeastern wind, and Fletcher, of course, is a right arm leg spinner, so probably she feels that she will get some assistance as she bowls one just outside the off stump. So perhaps that move was to probably just one over from Gilbert,
just
so
to
she
make
could,
a check. Yes,
access this end.
It's a good delivery. Wrapping the Haley Matthew on the pad and rolling out into the offside. There wasn't a question asked. Apparently some edge was on it.
Haley Matthew seems to be in for the long haul, though. She obviously realizes that it's a 50 over affair, and if you stay out there, you could really enhance your scoring. The longer you stay, the more runs you can make. She's on 33, make it 34 as this one is played down to point for a single. But it's obvious that the Barbados team, the Barbados batters are looking to bat as deep as possible and perhaps pile a massive score onto the board and try and bowl out the Windwards below the target posted.
I think that's the plan of the Barbadian batters. Bat as long as possible. There's a ball that was swept away down by Kishona Knight, and that's 4 runs. A slight indiscretion, lining just about a leg stump and going down, and it was helped around by the batter for 4.
Yes, a poorly line delivery and any top-notch batter, and Kishona Knight certainly has proven to be one so far. He's going to put that one away.
Now she gets one shot of off stump and she punched it out to short extra cover. Again, this time there is no run, and the score has reached 80. 80 for 1. 84 for 1. My monitor is really way behind as far as I'm concerned, sir. The delay is really that long.
I hope it has nothing to do with it being updated, outdated.
It's not outdated because it's bringing you. It's not live and lively, but it's bringing you information. Yeah. So Barbados realizes, well, we have a 50 over game and they're going to bat right through, and there was one that was hit up and over the head of the bowler, falling well short of the deep and wideish long off, and of course 1 run was resulted.
Well, the captain Effie Fletcher, she's persisting with Gilbert from the far end, probably looking to buy a wicket, but here's one tossed up, but she's not afraid to give it a loop. That's one thing about Gilbert. She's a tall lass, really jogs back to a bowling mark, but she's tossing it up, at times over tossing, but she's not afraid to bowl it slow through the end, give it a good loop, as this one is driven up to wideish long off where Noel fields, and 1 more to the score.
And one could well understand the loop, given the fact that you have long off and long on. There's a nice stiff breeze coming across. There's the opportunity for the ball to get hung, so to be held up in that wind at some point in time, and therefore the Barbadians are not being tempted into indiscretions, if you want to call it that, by these balls looping.
I can tell you that the sort of delivery is not as easy as you might think to play now. It's coming onto the bat very slowly. She's taking a lot of pace off of those deliveries. So there's not much pace for the batter to work with.
Yeah, and the Windward Islanders have to be careful giving up so many singles. I think they need to be able to force because if the batters can get a single every other ball, there is no need to go over the top for anything. You can just wait on your bad deliveries. But if you plug those areas well, there would be need then. See, like there's a single right back past the bowler. Indiscretion.
In fact, that's bad cricket there by the bowler. The ball actually went through her legs and down to Noel at mid-off for a single. The bowler should have really stopped that one and prevented the run. So she only has herself to blame for that single. So you overcome stone end, but Barbados.
You see, what increases the effectiveness of your bowling unit is good fielding. And if you check any team that has a good bowling unit, if there is no feeling, that effectiveness is drastically reduced. And in my view, the sort of misfields and bump balls that I've seen, this could not help the bowling unit.
So 87 it is for one.
Bow.
And Fletcher continues. Well, in fact, it's 88. Okay. We just updated. 88 for one, Wilmon. And Matthews is on 20. Matthews is on 36. And Kishona Knight is on 14. And the cricket has been relatively slow at this point. We've had some 19 overs completed. I hope we have that correct. So 19 overs completed, and but it's relatively good progress still by oh my goodness, she's beaten Kishona Knight outside the off stump.
For the second time in this over, beating her just about off stump. Yes.
Just a bite taken there, but the keeper, Marcelin, not collecting cleanly. I've seen Crafton in the first match. She impressed me a bit. She picked up one wicket, but I've not seen her bowl in any of the other matches. My good friend is saying she's probably a batting all-rounder, but she's probably a batting all-rounder that comes in at around 9 or 10, probably. So I don't know how much of a batting all-rounder she is. But somehow the captain, Affy Fletcher, seems to be reluctant to bring Crafton into the attack. But what I saw of her at Connery in the first match impressed me. And I thought in that match against Trinidad and Tobago, when the Windwards was searching for wicket, they could have probably given her a trundle and over two to try and pick up wicket, because she's a left armer, and that would have brought a bit of variety to the attack.
Okay.
But we are seeing Gilbert. We have not seen Crafton as yet. Well, we have seen her taking a very good catch to dismiss Casey Knight at a wide-ish mid-on. And that's about it. She has done pretty well in the field so far. Right now she is back on the boundary at long off. Tossed up and swung away.
Full toss.
My goodness.
Invitation.
Slow
6
and
runs.
tossed up and swung away over mid-wicket by Haley Matchie for 6. She's not going to miss out on such a gift.
Yes.
And it went with the breeze to
It went along with the wind.
Yeah.
So there was no question of that one being held up. It went for 6. Bad delivery, poorly line delivery, and one would hope she will do better. And Haley Matthew, she would not miss something like that once it's offered.
Oh, well, she opened her eyes and said, thank you. Certainly a very poor delivery. But Gilbert, not afraid to give it here still. She is the epitome of what you could describe as a slow bowler. She bowls very slow indeed. She's not turning it, but she's bowling slow.
Well, I don't know about turn, Earl. Sometimes being this far away, we cannot see the turn.
Well, I think you need to get some adjustment to your glasses.
That is correct.
If you can't see turn from here.
That is correct. Well, I haven't seen any by her, but the batters, of course, still would not treat her with disrespect if she's on cue. And you don't know, sometimes the ball doesn't turn for 4 or 5 overs, and then all of a sudden it turns.
Well, those bowlers could be very difficult to bat, though, especially when they get it to drop. Here we are seeing Etienne trying to pull back one just inside the long leg boundary as the batters are back for the second, and it's 2 more to the score. But those bowlers could be very difficult to play. I remember sometime years ago I played against a similar bowler, and I waited for about half an hour
For the ball to reach. Okay.
I still missed it and was bowled.
And there's a famous bowler from Nevis
Swanston.
who took 9 wickets against St. Kitts in the Windward Islands tournament.
10.
He took 10 wickets.
He took all 10.
And he was bowling very, very slowly. In fact, that's
He died some years ago, and I'll tell you more about my good friend Pampy. When he took the 10th wicket, I think Luther Kelly was the non-striker, and he told Luther to go to the other end so he could get his wicket also.
Yes.
And get 11
Yeah.
in the match. So, but
That's the end of the over, though, Earl. And of course, not to take away from the cricket, of course, a little chatter about slow bowlers and quick bowlers. This lady is slow, but apart from being slow, she's not lining up quite as well as she ought to. And when she does, she seems on cue, but when she's off, she will go for a few runs.
So, 97 or 98? 99 in fact. Of course, we're waiting for our scores to update. It was 99 for one. And Matthew approaching a half century. And she'll be looking to capitalize here. She has had a good start. Just the 1 wicket going down so far for Barbados. So
135 balls.
So 100 coming up with that single for Barbados. 135 balls. And we had 7 fours and 1 6. This is a good one from Fletcher. It was on center and off and spinning into the left-handed Kishona Knight, and she managed to keep it out. Played it into the onside. Airborne, but dropping just short of James, who is stationed there at backward point.
Fletcher beginning to ask a few questions last few overs, and of course there is one that could have gone to hand, but of course dropping short.
Well, of course she needs some questions answered at this point, because Barbados really in the ascendancy, having gone past 100 with just 1 wicket down. So
Fletcher has gone past the bat a few times, which tells me that her line and her length is quite good. The batters are quite circumspect. They look at her very closely. You can see movement as she gets the ball to twist one way or the next. I thought she might have been even better to employ a short leg, given the ball was coming back in so sharply to Kishona Knight.
Yes, Knight of course a left-hander, and Fletcher of course a right-arm leg spinner, and the ball turning across the body of Knight. So I would support you with that one. But Gilbert is continuing. She was punched into the offside up to cover for a run. flung far and wide for Gilbert, of course. There's a cover right back on the boundary, mid wicket on the boundary, long on, long off, right back on the boundary. Knight gets this one up to long off for single. Noel is the fielder. So Barbados just moving rather sedately at this point, picking up the ones and twos, picking up the runs. Not much boundaries coming in. Tossed up once more by Gilbert. And she's a bowler with a strong heart. She's not afraid to give it here.
She's not afraid to float it. At times she gets it wrong, but I think if she continues, at least the singles aren't bad. Barbados is not, as we call it, a runaway train. There is one hit up over a wide, long off area, and there is one resulting. She's not afraid to toss it up and give it here, so that the batters can either go or they can touch for a single. Of course, if we can see the field, if the singles could be reduced, it will force the batters to go for boundaries.
Of course, the partnership was come up between Shona Knight and the captain here, Machu. Came up off some 72 balls with 2 4s and a 6. Machu is strike now. She will move to 48 with the single, which was pushed into the onside. Machu has the ability to go big. Something she has settled in, so these are not good signs for the Windward Islands. So let's remind listeners that the Windward Islands won the toss and decided to insert Barbados in very good conditions. Who knows, probably the Windwards, as was said earlier on, probably they figured with the bowling attack, they stood a good chance of restricting the Barbados team and getting a target which could be achievable by their batting. But so far, we have only seen 2 batters for the Windward Islands that have suggested permanence, and that's Kiana Joseph and the captain herself, Fletcher. Marcel would have had a good score against Guyana 29 not out, but we have not seen much more from her since that.
See, and my point is that even though there's a nice, good, strong bowling contingent, your spinners would do better on a wicket that may have had some work. A brand new pitch, and you're going to put spinners on it, may not give you the sort of result that a worn pitch would give you. And I know it's a limited overs, but at least a brand new pitch, the spinners will not be able to turn as well on it.
Certainly, I agree with you with that. And you would have figured that if you are thinking that your strength lies with your spinners, you'll be
Give them the second innings to bowl.
Give them the second innings where the conditions might favor the spinners a bit more, a bit more worn. We would have had a couple of matches on this trip so far, played down to long off. Noel is there, as she feels. So Noel has been during the journey. She has been going from
long off to long off.
Long off to
long on, that's right.
Long on to long on.
Yes.
So she is getting a good view of the field. That one kept low.
Yes.
That one kept low, but kept out there by Machu. We've seen it well at this point.
Of course, which strengthens my point even more. If it was a bit worn, it may keep even lower. And
It's
another wonderful innings by Haley Matthew, and really these two not looking in any difficulty at the moment and going along quite nicely for Barbados. Well, the Windward Islands, on the other hand, they will have to try and break this partnership and try to get wickets going down rapidly, but at the moment that doesn't show any sort of signs.
Victor, if Fletcher is persisting with Gilbert, she punched over Kiana Joseph, who is at extra cover, into the crease for a single. Kiana Joseph has been taken out of the attack. She initially was brought in, and after just some 4 overs, she was replaced. She bowled 4 overs for 16 runs.
Wide no signal.
Wide signal. Is it time to reintroduce Kiana Joseph? The Windwards are searching for wickets. That one is tossed up and give the treatment. In fact, over tossed and it was swung into the mid-wicket region and it dropped one bounce and went over the boundary for 4 runs. Well played shot there by Shona Knight, and that one came probably just about 6 inches within being struck for 6.
Yes, indeed, and momentarily it looked to me like it had a bit of height on it, but anyway, the umpire is in the best position. And here is one struck down to wide long on. And for moments I thought that the fielder out there on the boundary was going to make a better effort, but in the end it crossed the line for 4 more.
Crafton seemed to misjudge that one. For one moment, I thought she had it covered, and she missed it completely, and the ball went to her left and into the boundary for 4, but it was in the air for some time. She's stationed there on the long boundary. Knight has moved from 1st gear into 5th gear in this over. She certainly bypassed all the other gears, Victor.
Well, I don't know if there's any more gears that she can turn on, but really turning it on here for Barbados. And these two look very comfortable at the moment for Barbados. And I agree with you, Earl, that in these circumstances, bowl your best bowlers first and your most successful bowlers also do. And because you have to get wickets if you're going to set back this Barbados team, and there is no sign of indication at this present moment that the Windwards is presenting those opportunities.
And the batters are set at the moment, and it would be very difficult at this stage for even Kiana Joseph to pick up a wicket. She has just had some 4 overs. She has another 6 to go. And we see Fletcher. She's going to continue, but she's persisting with Gilbert. And we'll just have to wait and see whether or not she's going to give Gilbert another over. Gilbert has not been effective. She has bowled 5 overs for 37 runs. Here's a good delivery from Fletcher, pitched outside off and spinning away from the right-handed Matthew. And certainly Barbados has raced along to 122 for 1. This is nicely tossed up by Effie Fletcher, but nicely driven down to long off for a single. And it's Glasgow who fields there on the long off boundary. So Matthew Kishona Knight is He's on 31. Plays up to Crafton, who is at cover. Can't score. This one is tugged up to. Oh my goodness! Edwards coming in from off the mid-wicket boundary. Missed it. Misfielded. It went past her. And she allowed the second run. So poor feeling there by Edwards, who's on the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, a continuation of poor out cricket by the Windward Islands, and a lot of these runs will be costly in the end.
Shona Knight coming off a score of 144 against Jamaica, 144 from 119 deliveries. And she's already on 31. Oh my goodness, here is Etienne this time, is fielding at short mid-wicket. Tied up by Edwards coming from off the mid-wicket boundary. So the fielding for the Windwards falling apart at this point.
Yes, and really falling apart quite badly indeed. And I would like to believe that Barbados coming into this match would have taken note of whom were the chief wicket takers so far in the tournament for the Windward Islands, and Quiana Joseph has been the leading wicket taker and for the Windward Islands and in the tournament thus far. And one of the things about it is that they are really in a position where there is no need for no indiscretions, as there is a bowling change, and we will have to wait and see what will be the plan for the Windward Islands team. But Earl, I was saying that the Barbados team would have done their homework by looking at who been the most successful bowlers for the Windward Islands and taking a very close look at Quiana Joseph, who was on when she's on, but there's a change of bowling now as we speak.
Surprise, surprise. Here comes Crafton. Being brought on. First time in the match. First time in the last two matches. So, she certainly has gone to Crafton this time. And Crafton, of course, is a left-hander. She bowls left arm. In fact, she's bowling left arm over the wicket at the moment. So, let's see what she has to offer. This one, oh my goodness, there was a chance at short mid-wicket. It was a difficult one. It was pulled in the onside. It was flat and fast, just slightly to the left of Quiana Joseph, who's at short mid-wicket. She got her hands to it, and in the end flowed it, but certainly a chance created that time.
Yes, and it was struck powerful, but she got a hand to it, and it's good that the hand as a left-arm orthodox spinner is not being injured, because with this partnership, and Barbados really putting on a huge start here in this CG Insurance Super 50 match here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground in St. Kitts.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. It was shortish and whipped into the onside, square of the wicket, and down to the boundary for four by Haley Matthew. Wonderful shot indeed, and that boundary takes on to 56, and it would take this one to 131 for one Barbados.
Yeah, and good shot selection by Haley Matthews. It was a delivery though, which was short and going down the leg side further, and she executed it nicely and earned herself another boundary. So these two batters, recognizing that the field is widely spread and they are taking the ones and twos and capitalizing on anything that is loose.
Crafton, of course, being brought into the attack when these two batters are well set, and confidence might be a bit low. She was not utilizing the match against Trinidad and Tobago, and now our captain has gone to her. So she will be looking to produce a magic delivery and probably pick up a wicket. She should have had one. That of Shona Knight. Here she goes, bowling a wide down the onside. And one more to the score, 132 for 1. Victor, somehow I think probably the Windwards probably like to see the Bajan girls bat. This one goes to Marceline and goes behind her for a bye. But that's not surprising. I get the impression that Marceline is a makeshift keeper. And I get the impression that she's in the Windward Islands team predominantly as an opening batter. Fontaine is not in the squad. She was in the squad. She kept picking the last two matches. And Marceline had to take up duties today. But Victor was saying probably the Windward Islands, they probably enjoy looking at the Bajans batting. They won the toss and decided to put them into bat.
Yeah.
That is a good batting track. I would have thought that they would have liked to get the better of the batting track early on. But here is a good delivery, inducing an edge from Machu and going down to third man for Etienne to field, just a single. So the over comes to an end, and we have seen the first over from Crafton from the far end.
Yeah, and for this game in particular, I did not like how the Windward Islands to also use the bowlers, because Crafton then would have had to come into the attack much more earlier, and also to Effie Fletcher herself, because you had to try to be looking for wickets, and you have to introduce your best bowlers in that aspect to me by bringing them in early. But the aspect about winning and putting Barbados into bat, obviously Barbados is getting, and I would like to believe they will get the better part of the surface to bat on, because we already see one or two deliveries keeping on the low side, especially when for the bowlers bowling from the northern end of the ground here. And most likely as the match goes on, those conditions would not be improved in terms of how the nature of the pitch and what it would provide for the remaining of this encounter.
Which has been a fairly good one, though. I don't think that it's going to change much over the 100 overs. As this one is punched just backward of point for 2 by Matthew. So runs coming rather easily for Barbados. And if the Windwards are not carefully evicted, they could see themselves chasing another 300 target. Today, the Jamaica team had a 300 target the other day, and they failed miserably to get close to that target. So, Haley Matthew, an international player who has been on the international circuit, has played in franchises, has played in women's CPL. This one is timed well, and down to the third man boundary for 4. So, runs flowing. That's a lovely shot indeed. She just opened the face and steered it down to third man. The ball really raced away. Third man is a bit straight, and there was Edwards, who is on the cover boundary sweeping. In fact, there's a yawning gap. There's just Zadia James, who is at backward point, and then third man is vacant. So she is an appeal. The finger goes up, and Haley Matthew is out like before.
Yes.
So umpire Brown stuck the finger up. The appeal was his first run, and Matthew is on the way leg before to Fletcher, and she would have scored some 64 runs.
Yes, and a very well played 64 runs, but Afi Fletcher getting her leg before wicket, and that was the point that I was alluding to, that bringing in your best bowlers, Crafton, Afi Fletcher, and so forth earlier, but anyway, getting the result and getting the very valuable wicket of Matthews, who played again another very important and valuable innings for her team, Barbados. So she should be pleased so far with the scores that she have gotten so far in the tournament, and she can only get better as she go from match to match. And today again, getting another half century and coming off quite slowly, seem like in a little of pain with the way that she is walking. Probably not, or she's just taking her time. But anyway, a good wicket for Afi Fletcher, a good wicket for the Windwards at this time. But Barbados, they are in a very, very solid and good position at this particular moment of play.
Might have been a bit disappointed. I don't know if disappointed with the fact that she got out with the decision. And but she's on her way. And she, of course, played 64 also. Aline is the new batter.
Yes.
It seems as though there's going to be a change for the Windwards. I see just on the edge of the boundary, Cassie Williams padded up. I don't know if there's something wrong with Marceline. She's padded up as if she's going to keep wicket. So Windwards picking up their second wicket, and it's now 141 for 2, Barbados.
That was the googly on that occasion, coming back from the offside. So Afi Fletcher mixing up her deliveries. But Barbados in a commanding position here at St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And they're getting some more runs.
Yes, that one peeled off the outer portion of the bat and ran down to third man, pursued there by Zadia James. It was to her left, and she managed to rope it in. But Aline got 2 runs and is off the mark. So we see a change here now. It's Cassie Williams who goes out. And she is going to replace Marceline. So I don't know if there's some injury to Marceline. Marceline comes off the field at the moment. She's jogging off. So I don't know if there's some issue there with the keeper, but she certainly jogged off.
Yeah, and there's going to be a next bowling change from the other end. But Barbados, we can greet you with the news here from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, CG Insurance Super 50 Regionals Women Tournament. The Windward Islands right out here against Barbados. They won the toss, and Barbados batting first, and they're off to a very good start, and no doubt they will be looking. Keeper sporting the number 67 on the back of her jersey, but play continues out here. Barbados finding themselves in a very commanding and solid position up against the Windward Islands. Windward Islands won the toss and sent Barbados into bat.
Well, bowling change from the far in Zadia James, and just the 1 over there for Crafton. So Crafton obviously is a batting all-rounder, as alluded to by my good friend earlier on. Just given the 1 over, being replaced by Zadia James. But perhaps the Windward Islands, they're thinking that spin is the way to go. But with a new batter in, Victor, shouldn't have gone back to Kiana Joseph, your main strike bowler.
Very, very important point indeed. Yes. Your most successful bowler at that, and your batter at the crease, reintroduce her into the attack.
Well, it's James. She's going around the wicket this time. Here is, we see the new batter, Aline. She, so far, in a short stay at the crease, she's looking rather aggressive. James has a back point short third man cover, back on the boundary, extra cover, mid off, long off, mid wicket back on the boundary, and long leg back on the boundary, and there's a short mid wicket. Rather interesting field, Victor. 4 on the on, and the 5 on the off. So far she has managed to keep things in check. Diminutive figure, Zadia James, left arm, leggy, orthodox leggy. I find it strange though, your bowler, the leading wicket taker in the tournament so far, came into this match with 15 wickets from 3 matches, and she has only bowled 4 overs so far out of some 28 overs, and a bowler like Gilbert being given 5 overs.
The thing is, yeah, you're so right there in that it's left to imagine your chief wicket taker in the tournament, your most successful bowler at that, and in these circumstances only have bowled 4 overs. That is left a lot to be desired. But Afi Fletcher herself is operating from distant at an end and looking for more success. But the confidence that the Barbados batters would have at this particular moment is very high, obviously, that they can play their strokes with so many wickets in hand. They can even, which is not necessary at the moment for any indiscretions, because the run rate is going very good so far.
One gets the impression though that Afi Fletcher seems to be playing the numbers when she's out there in the middle. Some of her bowling changes does not go with the run of things at the time. And in that match against Trinidad and Tobago, one thought that the Windwards were in a very strong position to win that match, but they certainly gave it away towards the end, and perhaps apart from the poor fielding effort, I think the bowling changes to were not well thought out. And here's a single to Kishona Knight, and with that single she would have gone on to 37. And Aline, who is on 2. Good afternoon from St. Paul's Recreation Ground, and we're about to see the start of the Barbados. In fact, the start of the Windward Islands response to 228 scored by the Barbados team. Barbados, of course, 228, and they lost 6 wickets in acquiring these runs, with Haley Matthew getting 64, Kaisian Knight 23, Kishona Knight 55, Aline 47, and those are the main contributors for the Barbados team. For Windwards, Zadia James, she picked up 2 for 38. So Edward will face, and she's playing it nicely past the gully fieldsman out towards the boundary. The ball stops just inches inside the boundary, and she's off the mark immediately. So Connell, the bowler from this end, and Barbados to 28 for 6, and Victor to 28 for 6.
A good total.
A good total. Would you consider that to be on par? I know in previous matches the past score here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground was in it's about 125 or thereabout, and 228. What I've noticed too is that the Barbados team has started rather aggressively. There are 2 slips in place. There's a gully, and there's a backward point, short cover. They do have third man back on the boundary. The captain, Haley Matthews, she is at widest mid-off. And on the onside there, just 2 fieldsmen, a long leg and a short mid-wicket. Connell strikes on the pad. That one probably pitching outside leg stump.
Yes, indeed, and really a good ploy by Barbados, looking to take early wickets, putting fielders in positions with a brand new ball, and Connell has it in her hand, operating from the northern end. So I believe quite appropriate with the total that they are defending to look for early wickets. And so they are doing by their field placements, which is very good as Connell. Another delivery and bowler.
Oh my goodness. My. She's bowled all over the shop. She was driving at it fairly, and looks like the off stump was disturbed, and she's on her way for 2.
Yeah, just as I said that they were looking for wickets, Connell did the right thing, right up in the block hole. The batter tried to execute it, but missed. And once you miss, it struck. So the first wicket going down for the Windward Islands, and I said earlier that I believe we're going to have an early afternoon, because I've seen this Barbados attack and it's very good, and so far, and just a while ago, they have started out on a good note.
I believe Fletcher would have different ideas though. She has had a good tournament so far. 44 not out against Guyana. 11 not out against the Leeward Islands. And she was out for 50 against Trinidad and Tobago. So she has had a good tournament so far, and she's in good form. She comes in a pivotal position for the Windward Islands, coming in at number 3. But somehow though, I think the Windward Islands chase of this total depends quite heavily on their captain, Afy Fletcher. And we have seen Kiana Joseph, who comes later on in the innings. We have seen that she has the ability to bat. She knows how to win games with the bat. I've seen her in the 60 that we would have had here last year in St. Kitts, playing some critical knocks for the team she was playing in. I think she was playing for Barbados last year.
Mm.
Victor, that's one edge, one bounce down to Haley Matthew, who gets the hand to it and it goes behind her for a single. But drawing a foul shot there from Effie Fletcher, the first delivery she received. So Connell is unsung at the moment. She has picked up the first wicket.
Yes, and really good first wicket. And still they are fielders in attacking positions, so they are looking for wickets, especially in the slip cordon area. And Cornell will know, and they would have recognized too that in the Windwards, when Windwards bowl, especially from this end, one or two of the deliveries kept on the lower side, so it is important to bowl wicket to wicket when you're bowling from this to northern end. Mm.
Oh, that one kept low to Victor, but it was outside the off stump of the left-handed Zadia James. And the over comes to an end. It's a very good one, for Barbados, at the end of which the score 3-1 the Windwards.
Yes, and Cornell, who had 2 wickets in her last game, now opening up her account here with the first wicket for Barbados up against the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands, they won the toss and inserted Barbados, and Barbados would feel very comfortable defending 228 that they scored, and the Windward Islands will have a huge task on hand, but runs on the board always cause or pose a psychological advantage to a fielding team, especially getting a first wicket that early, actually in the first over actually, because this is going to be the second one.
So conditions remain perfect for cricket. Sun is out. It's a close around, yes, but this one is down the onside by the opening bowler Alison Gordon, who started from the far end. She's bowling right arm slow medium, still loosening up. There's less one attacking field, just the one slip in position, catching position. Oh, and she's getting some movement there that time, Victor.
Yes.
Some inward movement.
And looking at the jerseys too of the fielders, you can see that they're ruffling in the breeze, so that might be some assistance too. But what is good, it is good to see that the wicketkeeper has decided that she will stay up under the stump, making suggestions to the batter. You have to be careful how you're moving around that crease. So that is good when the keeper have that sort of confidence to go up medium pacer.
Gordon, that one is wide, short and wide outside the off stump. Not a good delivery that time. So for Gordon, the field is a slip. Third man back on the boundary, there's a backward point. Cover inside the 30-yard circle. And there's a mid-off. On the onside, there's a mid-on, short mid-wicket, and short square leg. There's also a long leg. But here's Fletcher getting a run. So she gets the second run, she goes to 2.
And even though there was a wide so far in that over from Alison Gordon, I think the wicketkeeper did well moving down the leg side where she gathered and did not concede any more extras in terms of the ball eluding her. So quite a competent wicketkeeper in that sense. This first over for a medium pacer going right up under the stumps. So she definitely has a level of confidence.
James, though, we see an adjustment to the field. There are 2 slips for James, the diminutive left-hander, facing up to Gordon. Rather stylishly allows that one through outside the off stump. And she'll certainly get 10 out of 10 for leaving alone that time. Very stylish indeed.
Yeah, and the wicketkeeper looks good.
Wicketkeeper, of course, being Casey and Knight, who would have also She would have also kept wicket for the West Indies. So she has some pedigree. James gets a single down to long leg. As it's in fact it's seems like calendar. She is 12th man, but I'll get that confirmed in a moment. 52. So that certainly looks like in fact it's Bruce who seems to be on for someone. Bruce, one of the emergency fieldsmen. So, but that over comes to an end, and at the end of that over, the Windwards 6-7, 7 for 1.
And right away we can see one of the officials for the Barbados contingent in the far distance just having a conversation or exchange of words with the fielder down there on the long leg boundary. So earlier clock giving instructions from beyond the boundary, but Connell, who has been the successful bowler so far, who have taken the wicket, she continues her attack from this to northern end.
James is nicely in back behind that one, stays it down to backward point. And she looks good, but she will need to steady, she will need to score. Two slips of Connell continuing. That was airy fairy, a drive there to delivery outside the off stump. Barbados team, though, a very confident team, and of course after we have won 3 out of 3 and then posting 228 runs, you must be very confident. But James looks good in defense though, Victor.
Yeah, and really these two will have to consolidate, try and build a partnership and look for their ones and twos when they lose deliveries. Once they present themselves, try to capitalize and use their shot selection process appropriately, because this is a huge task ahead of them. Good defense again demonstrated, back and across and playing it quietly, and no run. So, but Connell doing the ideal thing. She is being pitching wicket to wicket deliveries, and like we have seen, 1 or 2 going outside the off stump on the low side, but if she gets it consistently wicket to wicket, no doubt 1 or 2 might stay down too. Yeah. No. 1 more to the total. Coming by a wide. So runs in any form or fashion the Windward Islands would appreciate, but they have a huge task ahead of them to score 229 for victory if they should get anywhere closer to a target, but they will have to make grand efforts and try very hard.
Here we see Knight now fumbling a bit, the ball going behind her, and Sky and Knight, and going down the short third man for single, and it's by a force being signaled there by umpire Brown.
Well, looking at Connell's pace and seeing that the occasion delivery is staying down, probably the keeper can take 2 more steps up to try and gather it more on the full, because bowlers bowling from this northern end or pavilion end, I must say, we're not seeing a lot of great bonks on the surface, but anyway, that completes Connell's over. Another successful one. So she is on par, and Barbados is on par in defending 228, which is scored when the Windward Islands won the toss and invited them to have first knock.
Well, Victor, question though. As a wicketkeeper, I know you are not much of a wicketkeeper in your time, but you would have
I was never.
you would have played a lot of cricket in your experience. For a wicket that is playing at varying bounce, what would you suggest the best thing, the best position for a wicketkeeper to a medium pacer? Does the keeper go up to the stumps, or does the keeper stand back, as you would say?
Well, the medium pace of Alison Garden, sorry, she is a little more slower than Connell, so it is appropriate, I think, more so for the wicketkeeper to be up for her and not too back, far back for Connell, in between. You see, like where the umpire is, probably like a 3 yards beyond where the presiding umpire now is standing, for Connell, who has a little more pace than Alison Garden.
Your brother is a lawyer, right?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Nah.
It seems as though you have been learning from him, because you have not answered my question as yet.
Well, I put it in the perspective whereby the slow medium
No,
pacer.
I was referring, actually, I was referring to the fact that Connell is bowling from an end, in the other end is keeping a bit low at times. And Connell, well, you rightly mentioned that Connell is the quicker bowler.
Yeah, so
But would you suggest that the wicketkeeper, I know you would have suggested that probably the keeper could come up to the stumps. Would you suggest that a keeper do that in the existing conditions where the pitch is playing at varying heights?
good.
Should the keeper stand back? Is it safer to stand back?
Well, you made the point now that about because this end where Connell is bowling, then probably it might be more suitable in the circumstances for the wicketkeeper to come up instead of going back, like I said earlier, because of the height the ball is keeping. We have not really seen a lot of high bouncing deliveries from either side. In most of the matches that you would have seen here, that bounce coming shoulder height, to me, has not been consistent. This is more on a lower side than shoulder height, so it might be a safer process for the wicket keeper, even to Connell pace, but there have to be a certain level of confidence with the keeper to do that, to come up under the stumps.
Thank you, Victor. But the Windwards, they continue to struggle on.
Yeah.
But of course, one has to be careful as a keeper.
That's right.
If the pitch is doing some tricks, you have to be certain that you're well positioned to deal with any deliveries that are keeping low. But at the same time, you might get one that stays up a bit. It's always tricky keeping it on such wickets. Although it has not been that bad here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, just a bit outside the off stump.
But you see, in all circumstances, the keeper herself, she's supposed to have the confidence that she can be efficient for both bowlers going up under the stumps, because we have seen where wicket keepers have gone up under the stumps for genuine pace bowlers. But for medium pacers, you will think it is more easier for a keeper to assess than really standing further back like where she is standing. And even though the keeper is standing back, for the bounce and the carry, even from Connell, who is quicker than Alison Garden, okay, she's doing it now. She's coming a lot much more closer to the wicket, which I think she is in a more appropriate position.
Of course, we have to bear in mind also that it's a new hard ball which is being delivered by Connell. So the carry through would be a lot quicker and perhaps bouncier than perhaps it was a ball which might have been some 20 overs old. Let's not forget to Victor that 2 balls. This is a good shot by Fletcher. A wonderful shot. It was short and she was into wicket and pulled it through wideish long on and down to the boundary for 4. Very good shot indeed by Afi Fletcher, and she certainly is in good form.
Well, you have indicated it, and that indication that you have given justifies what she has just done. She got a short delivery and she executed it nicely. So once they stay on par to be on good selection process and so forth, who knows, cricket as it is, but this partnership will also have to be a very good one for the Windward Islands.
Yes, as I was saying, Victor, this is another good shot. This time it's played straighter and through long on. There's no one at mid on. There's a rather straightish mid wicket. And now we see Gully has been removed. She's been placed into mid on. And consecutive boundaries there by Afi Fletcher. 2 very good shots indeed. This time it was short and attempted pull shot there by Fletcher. She missed it. It was outside the off stump. But Victor, as I was saying, there are 2 balls used in 50 over matches, and the ball stays relatively new for some time. Of course, the outfield here is a bit parched, but the ball stays hard for a very long time. Oh, this is lovely. This is another lovely shot by Fletcher, and a good bit of work there just inside the extra cover boundary, and Fletcher restricted to 2 runs. But this is good cricket. That looks like it was Williams who made that great save there on the extra cover boundary, and 2 more to Fletcher. So
Yes.
Fletcher is looking good.
Yeah, and Afi Fletcher looking good, playing some good strokes, good shot selection, and really that's a very good over so far for the Windward Islands. So they will just have to try and keep that momentum, look for the 1s and 2s when they are available, quite rightly so, and the deliveries that are loose, put them away. Here is a good one.
In fact, the batter, they would have picked up 3 runs as opposed to 2 runs. And here we see James and Afi Fletcher stealing a quick single as it was pushed gently into the offside. So Windwards looking to fight back and getting some runs in that over. And round 2 certainly goes to the Windward Islands. And Fletcher looking to take charge out there.
Yeah, and really, these 2 are quite aware what is ahead of them. And once they can get a partnership, and especially this one, how important it is for their team, and this would be very good. Well, having had that productive over in that particular over where Fletcher got a few boundaries, then there is no need now for any indiscretions than to play each ball on its merit.
27 it is for 1. Fletcher has gone to 17. James opened the innings. She's on 2. She's in fact is on strike. Gets a wide delivery outside the off stump, wide and full. And a wide signal there by umpire Ramna Bawi from the far end. So Garden once more. James is looking good, Victor, but she doesn't seem to be able to get the ball off the square. She's defending well, she's timing well, but she's finding the feelers.
Yeah, and probably if you just play with a little softer hand and just try to guide it away from the inner ring. And here is she getting one down to 3rd man. Is there a feeler on the 3rd man boundary coming off? But in any event, gets a single and exchanges the strike. to the more informed Afi Fletcher, who is going to be on strike and looking good. And it will be good from a Windward Islands point of view if these two especially can put a foundation by putting on a good partnership. That will create a lot much more interest in what the outcome of this event can be. But they will have to do it in partnerships. And Fletcher is looking good so far. Here is her hitting one in the air. It's going to clear wide long on. It's going to get close to the boundary. It looked like the fielder might have just prevented 2 more runs. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, actually, that ball was in there for some time. And when the ball stopped, it plodded. Never really looked like it was going to cross the boundary line. And it was well pursued there. And 2 runs to Fletcher. But Fletcher is not taking a back seat at the moment. She's going after the bowling, and she has been aggressive. And she has been attacking the Barbados bowling. Running two has been aggressive. Yeah.
Single, and that is also going to be an important factor. Put the fielders under pressure, and when the loose deliveries come, making good use of it. More so Fletcher, but these two really need to put a foundation and have the Barbados captain and their fielders thinking differently, because the more and the better or bigger this partnership can be creates much more interest. But no run off of that delivery. Alison Garden, she in her first encounter against Trinidad and Tobago had 4 wickets for 36 runs.
See Afi Fletcher loosening up there at first slip, so he just might perhaps see her into the attack sometime shortly.
Haley Matthews.
She, of course, is the captain and the off spinner in this team. Oh, he is a poor delivery by Garden outside the leg stump, wide of the leg stump, and beating the keeper and running down to a very straight fine leg position for 4.
Well, in every form or fashion, the Windward Islands will accept any runs in any form or fashion and getting 4 by wides, so that will also contribute to their total. But these two have an excellent opportunity. They've gotten off to a slightly good start. They just need to build upon it, and that will be good from a Windward Islands point of view.
The score's gone on to 37 for 1. Oh, this is a lovely shot there by James. Oh my goodness, my word, that was well timed through cover and down to the boundary for 4. Wonderful shot indeed, and elegantly, nicely played through the offside. Well timed shot.
Yes, and she has kept her composure, even though Afi Fletcher has been more fluent of the two. She selected well, whereby it was the delivery that gave her all the reasons to extend her arms. She didn't emphasize on power. It was more timing and placement, and earn herself 4 good-looking runs. So these two off to a fairly good start, and once they can build upon it, that will even be more so a contest that had out here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, CG Insurance Super 50 Women's Regional Cricket Tournament. There's going to be a change of bowling from this to Northern End, and quite an interesting move by the captain herself of Barbados, coming on to have a ball, so it will be captain to captain.
You said interesting move. Do you find it surprising though, Victor?
Well, and that is the difference probably with experience and good captains, in that pulling Connell out of the attack and saying, well, I am the captain, I'm going to take the responsibility, I'm going to come in and try to break this partnership.
Well, she's not just captain, she's also one of the leading spinners in the Barbados team. So she's looking for wicket here. This partnership is growing, and these two are putting some respectability on the Windward Islands total. And I'm pretty certain that Haley Matthews, who of course is the captain of the West Indies team, or the current captain of the West Indies team, She realizes that it is very critical for her at this juncture to try and pick up wickets, and in particular probably get the wicket of Effie Fletcher. She really cannot allow Fletcher to get away. So she's looking to get wickets here. In fact, she has two slips looking for the catch there now to the left-handed Zadia James. But I think the idea is to prize the wicket out at this point.
And with the captain Haley Matthews coming around the wicket, I always believe that is a more ideal thing to do. Bowl on the side of the wicket where you can see the tree stumps, so she can have a better view of the target which she's aiming off instead of bowling over the wicket. Well, let us see what will happen in this over. One more run to the total. So these two are doing it quite nicely so far for Windward Islands, and from a Windward Islands point of view, it's all wishing and hoping that they can go deep into these overs, these two if possible, and make this an interesting contest. But 228 is always going to be a target that is not going to be easily had. They will have to make some grand efforts and do it in partnerships. And
But Victor, though, what I've noticed though, I can't recall seeing Shakira Selman taking the field for Barbados. She's in fact one of the leading bowlers not only for Barbados but for the West Indies. This is a good shot though. But straight to the fields, man, this could be suicidal. But in the end she got back. Bruce, one of the emergency fieldsmen, has been out there for some time, so I don't know if there's some sort of injury to Shakira Selman, but currently she's not on the field.
yes, and Edwards continues. More runs for the Windwards. Out into a deep mid-wicket area. Gets a single off the final delivery of Edwards over, and the Windwards, they are off to a good start, and they will hoping to extend this partnership, because 228 runs has been posted by Barbados, and that is a huge task. Not saying that it cannot be overhauled, but it has to be done in a way whereby they calculate So these two will have to continue to bat well for the Windward Islands. They are off to a good start, and 44 for one, and there is a change of bowling, and the bowler from that end is, it looks like number 4 on the back of the jersey, which would be Selman. Okay, Selman, thank you. So Selman is going to continue a more defensive feel. Well, that is understandable in the sense whereby the partnership between these two is a good one so far, and from a Windward Islands point of view, they will hope that they can just keep on building upon it. But it is Selman, and one just played out to cover, no run, and these two have gotten off to a good start, and they will need to continue this partnership from a Windward Islands point of view.
Yes, they are really rebuilding from the early loss of that wicket. Selman clean bowled the opening batter, and of course these two are now batting in partnership.
Well, it was Connell who got the first wicket, and here is another run to the total, which advances it now on to 45. 45
A shot
is for one.
A shot delivery to Fletcher, and she pulled, or if you want to call it that, and it went down for a single. When Haley Matthew was bowling that over, she took the helmet off, and she was wise enough to put that helmet back on once she was facing the medium pacer.
And you know that since the helmet that has been introduced into the cricket, more batters are getting hit on the head. No, I guess because knowing that the protection is there, you take more chances. But it is very, very good protection indeed. I can tell you that. And here we are seeing a no run scored, and it was very unfortunate with the incident where the player had get struck and lost his life there. But it's a rare event that happens in cricket, and we would hope throughout the series that in all forms or fashion we do not get any injuries at all. But here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, the sun has left us momentarily, but no immediate threat of rain, and it must be much more cooler conditions for the players out there in the middle, because with this open ground as it is, you get that extended nice breeze coming across the ground, which can be very refreshing for the players out in the middle.
Yeah, well, for the day we have had we have hardly had the direct impact of the sun on us. There's a heavy cloud cover in the northern parts of St. Kitts at the moment, and of course they have had the privilege of not having the direct impact of the sun.
Good cricket here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground in St. Kitts. CG Insurance Super 50 Women's Regional Cricket. And out here it is Barbados versus the Windward Islands. On the back foot, a quick single and well taken. And those are the opportunities too that would put pressure on the fielders. She just played it with soft hands, so even the fielders on the 30-yard circle had to come in, but not quick enough to prevent another run. Advances their cars closer to the 50 now. They are now, 48? 46 for 1.
46 for 1.
46 for 1.
I'm
46 for 1. So these two putting together a good partnership, and here is Affy Fletcher guiding that one out to point and concludes the over. So if the Windward Islands, William, from here on in, these two put on another 50 more runs, that is just my speculation,
yes,
before the next wicket, that will be good. And then if it can be followed by the other batters who coming in, does it in partnerships. But the shot selection, the running between the wickets going to be very important, and not just relying on boundaries but exchanging the strike appropriately.
Yeah, I would not put a figure to it. They should bat as long as possible, pick as many singles as possible. Whenever there is a bad delivery, they should capitalize. And I cannot but remember the words of a very famous gentleman called Earl Smitten. Earl Smitten said that the Windwards are sort of top heavy, and one would hope that these two will bat as deep into the overs as possible and get as many runs. For it is not impossible, and of course let's hope that this top heavy situation does not occur.
Well, the experience virtues recognizing that this partnership is building and progressing, and she has decided to take on the mantle to come into the attack from this pavilion end. She just about her run, and that is always the appropriate thing to do. Once you are not comfortable, do not release the ball. We're seeing a little change in the field placing. They had 2 slips, is now dispersed into the covers, so heavily pack offside field. What would happen on this occasion? She's in. Is that a beautiful catch? It is. And my goodness, those are the catches that win matches. It was struck firmly, it was low and to her right, and number 23 is Canterbury, but took the catch and breaking the partnership, and it was a brilliant catch.
But what was important to me, I don't know if I saw this thing wrong, but she moved the second slip and she put that feeler in, and the ball went exactly to that feeler. I mean, Earl will call it good captaincy.
Well, it is good. It is good captaincy
Yes, she
by the
moved the second
experienced
slip
Edwards.
right there and then to that position.
But
She
then,
floated the ball just about off stump, and James was into her drive, and it apparently glided across the face of the bat and took the edge, and it went. But I want to think if she had gotten a full face on it, it would have come a little straighter.
well, the thing is about the beauty about the catch. The ball was taken inches from the ground, so all kudos to the fielder coming in there with a brilliant catch in Canterbury, taking that brilliant catch, moving to her right. So you're right there again to William, the experienced Haley Matthew, taking the slip out, putting in, and then pitching the delivery, inviting the batter for a drive, and she did.
Exactly.
But
as she wanted it.
it was well supported and well taken catch, and well, no doubt others would have seen better catches than that so far that I saw in the tournament, but that will go down as one of the good ones so far in this tournament that I have seen. Is it clean ball? Oh
She's
my,
clean ball.
well, more wickets going down, clean ball, and if that is the wicket of Afi Fletcher, is it? No?
No.
No, it's not. So it is. It is.
Homer? Homer.
Marcelin is out and Como is going in. Clean ball by the captain Edwards.
Haley Matthew.
Haley Matthews, sorry, the captain Haley Matthews. Clean ball. And really the captain doing the appropriate, and this is the difference with experience and a knowledgeable and good bowler and a wealth of experience and captaincy, bringing herself into the attack and getting the 2 wickets going down for the Windward Islands. Haley Matthews have taken 2 wickets,
Am I correct to think that she's
and
on
it's
a
now
hat-trick?
3 wickets down.
Am I correct to say she's on a hat trick actually? No? She's on a hat trick.
Yes, she's on a hat trick.
2 wickets in 2 balls.
Yes, she's on a hat trick.
She's in a hat trick. And of course,
When last you have seen a bowler get 4 wickets on the straight?
no, I've not seen that.
You have
No.
ever seen it at all?
No, I've not seen
Ever
4.
heard about it?
I've seen 3. I've not seen 4.
All right. Okay, no problem, no problem.
Yeah, but the batter that played the ball, I don't know if she covered her off stump. One of the main things you
That
must
is
do.
why the off stump was wrapped back,
Yeah.
because she did not cover the off stump. That is why the off stump was wrapped back, because she did not cover it. And the use of the feet, though, to spinners has been not just with the women cricket, but what I've seen overall, even so with a lot of the male cricket. And the next one going down ball.
Hat
So
trick.
this is the
That's a
hat
hat trick.
trick. Hat trick.
Exactly the same.
Okay, then.
Playing down the wrong line, not
Well,
covering the off stump,
Not
and
moving the
completely
feet
bowled
across
by
to cover the
Haley
stumps.
Matthew.
That's right.
The top heavy situation seemed to be
And another
coming to
wicket.
the fore,
and-
well,
And another wicket going down. So Homer goes, right? And she did not score. And going out is Joseph. Well, the experienced and successful Joseph, that is Queen Joseph. And well, we are anticipating an early finish here at the St.
No, we
Paul's
shouldn't say
Recreation Ground. I mean, nothing is wrong with saying we are anticipating it. It doesn't necessarily mean
hoping
that
to
it
see
will
the
happen.
Windwards,
No, I
begin
am
to
not.
build again?
I am not hoping for anything. I'm saying what is presented. It just appears that it looks like we may get. It may turn, and then
turn.
it may turn because it's cricket. But how it's looking at the present moment, it doesn't. They're not covering the stumps when they're getting across to the off spinner. But we are seeing though, and credit to the captain though, she is really getting spin on the ball. We can see it. It was pitch outside the off stump, So here is it now. 4 wickets are down. 228 is the target. 6 more wickets are in hand. What are your thoughts at this present moment?
Well, having lost 3 wickets in the course of 1 over, this is not really what the Windwards would expect. 228, in my view, in this form of the game, is gettable, but it's not happening. And there's a 4th one. In fact, just missed it, and in second slip, the same player who went down to the cover area and took the catch.
Well, I wondered,
she's at second slip, and she missed it.
but I wondered why I asked you. It crossed my mind if you have ever seen a bowler taking 4 wickets. And here was our opportunity, because I've never seen it either. So I got to say our
The 4 wickets
opportunity.
being projected, being presented.
Probably others who are here might have seen it. I am only saying what I've seen. I've never seen it before. But anyway, that was not to be, but a very productive over by the captain for Barbados and getting a hat-trick.
3 wickets in that over. In fact, is it a maiden? So,
A maiden hat-trick.
more salt in the wound. A maiden hat-trick by Haley Matthew.
Wow.
Of course, the experienced off-spinner and the West Indies captain. The fall of the first wicket was, in my view, very significant in the sense that she thought that out and she got the batter to do exactly what she wanted. And then the other 2 were bowled for not covering the off stump and having that ball curling back in from outside off stump, taking the off stump, and both were clean bowled. To my mind, this is not good for Windwards, and they have shown themselves to be rather vulnerable.
Outside off stump, no runs. So Selman continues from that end. But it just shows too that the experience of Haley Matthews, not just an off spinner, but also was the last West Indies women captain. And after the partnership was building, she realized, well, as the captain, take the responsibility by taking the ball. And she has done it excellently. And you can see now that the outfielders are lifted by those wickets, and usually when wickets go down, fielders get more energy.
That is correct.
And here,
in fact,
one wide.
apart from Connell, who first bowled the opening batter, things were falling apart for Barbados. In fact, they had reached 48 for 1,
Well,
and in rather good time. She thought it was going out of hand, and she decided to take the bull by the horn, as it were,
as the captain.
as the captain, and she produced, an over that that has begun the dissolution of the Windwards effort.
Yes,
A
and
hat trick means that they are not three wickets down, but 4 wickets down all of a sudden. And then in the 6th ball,
there could have been a 4th.
There could have been a 4th.
Well, all that is history now, and we look now and see what Fletcher will do here now in this situation, trying to swing it through mid-wicket and not making the connect. But what can be the alternative save now for the Windward Islands?
Well, just bat singles and 2s and take it as deep as possible. It's better to lose by 1 than
Lose
100.
by how much?
Lose by 1 than lose by 100.
Well, at
Give
this
yourself a chance. The idea is to play. Cricket is not over until it's over.
Yeah, but
And so singles, and Fletcher is still there, and she can, of course, glue things back together. There's a nice drive out to cover by Fletcher, and of course, she would hope to have a few of the batters with her as she continue her effort to reach 228.
well, at this particular moment and at this present time, the captain who is here now and looking good and continuing her good form, I believe she'll have to try and bat through this innings, whatsoever it takes, and she's getting 4 runs.
It's a no ball as well.
Ah,
No ball was called.
so
4.
a bonus now by a
There's
free
a
hit.
free hit.
And you know that law or rule, it has me puzzled because it is rare where you're going to see batters getting run out off of a free hit. I more believe it might have been more inclined for a caught. But that's the rules, and we have to live with what the rules that govern the games are.
But the rule
But
hasn't.
it is still a batsman game in all forms and facets.
But that rule hasn't changed in the
No,
in normal cricket. When you're not out if
It's a
somebody bowls a
batsman
no
game.
ball.
It's a batsman game. Cricket is a batsman
No, Victor.
game.
But if
Uh-huh.
Fletcher gets a short one and swings
Uh-huh.
it
Yes, 6
over
runs.
wide long on for 6 runs, if she can get some batters around her, one can see a revival after that devastating over from Haley Matthew. What I was saying, Victor, is that in cricket, when you bowl a no ball, the only thing that could happen, it's a run out. You can only get out by a run out. Similarly, in this form of cricket, except with this form of cricket, you are awarded a free ball the next time, a free hit. But it's the same.
The rules are, it's a batsman's game.
Right, I agree.
It is. The tight stuff going on here, and really, the Afi Fletcher himself, he cannot do it alone. He have to have a partner at the other end who will steady and not just for staying there, but also accumulating runs too. Because 228 with the present score, just over 50 now. So 4 wickets are down, 6 wickets are in hand. I mean, Barbados can put fielders, even more so now too, even though fielders are out into the deep. The signal come now for the first power play. I would like to believe that was the signal coming. But anyway, the experienced captain Haley Matthews, she's going to look for further success. And easy run. There was no need for no hesitation. The fielder was on the ground at cover, so to throw a ball properly on the ground, that is very difficult. And one more to the total.
I sense some hesitation though in the running. Fletcher was very slow to move from her mark to take that single.
Yes.
It was always on because as the fielder fell.
58
yes.
is the total, is that correct? 58. And 59 with that 4 now carries it to 63. So this is where the Windward Islands will have to capitalize on anything loose, and really Afi Fletcher has done it again, and he is in good form and he continues to demonstrate that.
Yeah, Fletcher is a renowned cricketer. She has played at the international level. Therefore, she is filled with experience and the will to help Windwards in this effort.
She looks a very good cricketer, because that's Afi Fletcher, a good wrist spinner and very accomplished batsman and batter, and has had some good scores so far. But really, this task is not an easy one for the Windward Islands. It's a very mountainous total. And a drop catch there at short, mid-wicket area. And disappointed is the fielder. We will see it on the back of her jersey when she turns to us. Number 20. Canterbury, okay. But really, she should have she had her 2 hands but didn't held on. So that
Yes.
goes down as a chance. But those are the chances that the Windward Islands need if they would get anywhere close to 228. So
Yeah, Fletcher transgressed in that moment, in that she did not get under the delivery to lift it, and so it gave Canterbury a small, gave her a good chance of taking the catch, but she didn't.
she
And
got
so
her 2 hands to it.
She did not pay for her transgression. So Matthew could feel aggrieved, not having had that wicket.
Well,
And
she
of
would have
course
liked to, and that would have done much more beautiful to her figures at the moment. But that is cricket. to see what will happen on this occasion now. And from our vantage point, it looks like she's really getting spin on the ball.
She's getting some movement there, and
Yes.
of course, Haley Matthew, one can't speak
Six.
enough of her, and one would hope that Fletcher, on the other hand, would decide to take the bull by the horn as well and do her bit.
Total 63 for 4 wickets down, chasing 64, pardon me, for 4 wickets, taken 4 wickets going down for the Windward Islands. They are chasing 228, which was posted by Barbados when they batted first, and they were invited to bat first after the Windward Islands won the toss.
Of course, remember there are a lot of overs left in this game, and there's a lot of time and many balls left. And of course, maybe I'm hoping against hope that the Windwards would rally and of course begin to build a partnership with Fletcher.
Malika Edward. Aliyah Williams. Okay, he's into the attack. And she is gonna bowl to Affy Fletcher. Misses her run. And quite rightly so, not releasing the delivery. Not feeling comfortable enough to do that, and that is the appropriate thing to do. And Windward Islands backs against the wall big time here at the misses her run the second time.
Missed her run.
I want to share a little humor now. Should she miss her run on the third occasion, would that be a hat-trick miss run? I said it before, right? A little humor. But anyway, she gets it right on this occasion, but at the same time, though, Fletcher adds one more to her total, and the Windward Islands advances their cause more so now to, which is it?
Of course,
65 for the loss of 4, William.
Of course, it is well known that when things happen 3 times, in cricket, they always say hat trick. Like a guy may hit 3 fours, and I've heard some commentators say a hat trick of 4s.
Because
These
it's
things
three. But I can't honestly recollect my thoughts that I ever saw 4 wickets taken in 1 over. Most likely it would have happened, and those things will continue to happen in this great game of cricket. But here is a delivery played quietly. So these two now, again, Joseph will have to support her captain by staying there and trying to put on another good partnership, or even a big one from that instance, in the sense whereby it's 228 the Windwards are facing, and here no chance for a run. The bowlers bowl into their field. 65 it is for the loss of 4 wickets. So 6 wickets in hand, 183 more runs, most likely, if they should get anywhere close to this total. Down the leg side, 1 more to the total, which will come by a wide, 66. And for 4. So the scorers keeping us abrasive, which we are very much appreciative of their kindness towards us and keeping us on par in our deliberation. Here is a delivery being struck in the mid-wicket area, the run 1. Is there a possibility for 2? No, I think they ran the first one too slow. So they were not able, even if they were running the first one quicker, there might have been a possibility of getting a second, but that was not to be. 67 now is the total. 4 wickets going down, and Barbados continuing their dominance in this CG Insurance Super 50 Women Regional Tournament. Above the waist, And
So it's a
that,
no ball.
yes, the umpires picked up that one though on this occasion.
By all means,
And it
confirmed
crosses the line for 4. So here is an opportunity now of another free hit for Afi Fletcher to try and get another 6 if possible. Well, knowing that only one way she can be dismissed or the batters can be dismissed is by a run-out route.
by of course.
Go for it.
But of course, the bowler, knowing all these, will be bowling something that would give her some difficulty of getting under it or getting to hit it. And so therefore, it's a game of cat and mouse. I'm not going to give you something full.
Well, that should be the intention.
Oh,
But one of the better strokes that you will see in cricket is hitting the ball straight. And I always thought that it was 2 easy runs, but I don't know, for what reason they had to be hustling the last one. Probably because they took off a little slow for the first one, but in the end, they eventually got it quite easily. So, used to now carrying it closer to the 70s, if not the 70 exact. 74 for 4. So all 4s, 74 and 4 wickets down. Here is another delivery, and keeping it tight on wicket to wicket delivery. That has now completed the over, and the total now here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, you're witnessing CG Insurance Super 50 Women Cricket. But as we speak to you, the players are going to refresh themselves. The ground staff is going to come out and do their gardening. But we can tell those of you who might just be joining us here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground in the CG Insurance Super 50 Women's Regional Cricket, the Windward Islands wanted a toss and sent in Barbados, and they scored 228. And the Windwards, in response, they are now 71, 74, 74 for 4 wickets.
of course, only time, let me not say time, let me say balls will tell you, deliveries will tell you whether Hayley Matthew has done the trick or not. Having taken 3 wickets or 4 wickets in 1 over, she has practically, or 3 wickets, she has practically broken the back of the Windward Islands team, and the only deliveries from now will confirm that she did. Of course, there's an opportunity for Fletcher and company to recover over the next couple of deliveries and overs. And of course, if that is not the case, then I think Hayley Matthew has done her bidding. I would like to suggest that sometimes the running between the wicket is not as quick as one would expect. Or maybe we're holding these ladies to higher standards. But the running up between the wickets seems a bit slow to move. Where there could be 2, I see 1. And this could be improved a lot. And if you are to recover from situations like these, you need to take every possible opportunity, or every opportunity possible. And if you're going to take 2 runs and make it 1, then you're not fulfilling what you're supposed to do. And I would think that sometimes the coaches could be viewing these and maybe get some adjustments made to the fact that the ladies need to hustle on the first run, and giving them the opportunity to take a second whenever it's possible. Let me say good afternoon to Earl Smith.
Good afternoon once more, Wilman. Somehow though, I feel though as if the Barbados team is missing a trick here though. And our teams there do not seem to have the killer instinct. And I suspect that the Barbados would have some other spinners in the lineup.
Elliot, is she playing?
I think she would have picked up some wickets too. And you would have thought that with Hayley Matthew posing some problems and picking up a hat trick, instead of going to another medium pacer, she would have opted to go
Spinner.
for another spinner and put some pressure on the Windward Island batters.
Keeler Elliott. Should be the one.
Yeah, I think Elliott would have picked up some wickets so far in the tournament. I'm seeing the Barbados team for the first time today, So apart from those that would have done international duties for the West Indies and those who would have been here for the women's 60, I would be familiar with some of those players. But apart from that, some I wouldn't have seen before. But I think though the spinach is doing the trick so far, and I think that instead of opting to go for Williams, for example, she should have gone for another spinner from the far end and try to drive home the advantage. And the spin continues to pose problems. Here we see Kiana Joseph playing in the air. She has been missed off Matthew already. In fact, twice. Of Haley Matthew. There she flashing outside the off stump.
Yeah, Joseph seems inclined to go for that loft up, in the offside, and I think sometimes she seems vulnerable when she does that, and giving those 3-4 fielders on the offside.
Oh, here she fielding, as we would say, fielding in the dark. Delivery which she played rather uncertainly out towards backward point. It was in the air for some time, but I fell well short of that fielder there at backward point.
Well, credit to her, she softened the whole thing before it hit the bat, actually.
But this time she's swinging straight for 4. I'm not too certain if she was fully in control of that shot, but nevertheless she got it down to a very straight, long on position for 4. But she never seemed to be fully in control of that shot.
Well, in fact, she was aiming somewhere else. And I think movement on the ball and everything took it to the right of the non-striker, and he went for 4.
In the air once more. This time she gets 4.
Again, like I said, she seems inclined. She seems she must play that shot, because anything pitched up to her, she seems inclined to just go for that loft on the offside. If I were to have been the captain, I would have pulled back that person that just came in, number 23, drop them back to a more long off position, or a little wide long off position.
Not necessarily. I mean, what Matthew is looking here to do is to encourage Joseph to go over the top, encourage her to drive and probably taking on the edge and going to slip. So, it's essentially the trap being set.
Yes. Elliot is coming on. I think she heard you. I think
yes,
that's Elliot.
She's coming on probably 2-3 hours too late. She should have replaced Shakira Selman a couple of hours ago. And this is what our players need to get, the killer instinct. When you're on top, keep your foot on the throat.
The jugular.
On the jugular.
Oh, Lord. Sounds wicked, don't you?
But
okay.
Wicked but true.
Elliot, early in her bowling stint, she tends to be full and floating them wide and so on. So let's see what she does today.
Well, based on what I'm seeing, she seems to be a wrist spinner.
Jesus.
Right arm wrist spinner. And it's a difficult art to perfect.
Yes, so, I made that point over at Conway that even though she was going awry in some cases, that's a difficult art, and eventually she got it right, and she had a few wickets there as well.
Yeah, these bowlers could be very dangerous indeed. Whatever little fight back here, so Fletcher has had a good season so far with the bat, 44 and 50. One bounce to mid-off, driven there by Joseph. No run. So Elliot once more. is looks like they googly that time. McCall pitched on about off some spinning further away and beating Keanu Joseph.
In fact, 2 or 3 of those deliveries that she bowled to Kiana, even the one before, instead of well, it went away instead of coming back into her. And I wanted to mention then that she seems as though she's bowling googly, and that's the danger delivery, particularly to the right-hander. May not be as effective to the left-hander as it might be to the right-hander. And of course, let's hope that Fletcher and company could settle and produce a few singles and another partnership that could pose some sort of challenge to the Barbadian effort.
Well, continue to urge them on, Wilmon. I know you want to prove me wrong, but I know this is, right now, it's a very critical partnership here for the Windwards. Oh my goodness. Is she going to be out? She's on her way. Yes, she's out. Leg before to Fletcher. She was pushing forward, and Fletcher, of course, bowling off spin. And it.
Matthew bowling off
Matthew,
spin.
sorry, Matthew. Fletcher is the batter that is out. Got caught up in the moment. And she's on her way, leg before to Matthew. And this could be the beginning of the end for the Windward Islands. But I know my good friend McCall would tell me that they have some fight left in them still.
Well, let's see. One would have to one would have to wait and see. Haley Matthew is operating. They do not seem to be that adept at playing the turning off spinner, and as a result, that's why 4 of those wickets are falling to the off spinner, and it could have been 5. But Haley is posing some difficulty for the Windward Islands effort. Of course, Fletcher, being their mainstay, has now been dismissed. Of course, with a delivery from Haley Matthew that was well lined up, and she didn't negotiate it well. She was hit in front, and the umpires answered in the affirmative, so she had to walk away. And of course, the Windwards, the effort, of course, as Earl said earlier, there's a top-heavy situation, and once the top is gone, everything tumbles.
Any possibility of another hat trick?
Well, I don't want you to speak it and then it happens. No, here's Haley Matthew.
Certainly not this time. Well played there by the new batter, Glasgow. Bowls right arm, medium paces, bats left-handedly. She handled that one quite well. Oh my goodness, he was playing over that one. It beat her, went past the leg stump and down to the fine leg boundary, very straight. And 4 runs.
Well, I don't know. She was playing over it and still around it. She missed it. It missed the stumps, missed the keeper, went away for 4 byes. I don't know if the keeper was unsighted in some way, but she also missed it. I think it kept a little low as well. And as you know, balls in that area keeps a bit low, and so the keeper apparently couldn't negotiate at that point in time.
Perhaps the ball was more or less up in the black hole, and the keeper probably became unsighted. My goodness. Delivery which is just outside the off stump, perhaps pitching and off, and turning slightly, posing all sort of problems for Glasgow. And they're certainly not handling Haley Matthew
very well this afternoon, the Windwards. it is. Now, Wilmot 91 it is now for 5.
Yes, which suggests that there needs to be some rebuilding in the middle order. And of course, if they are to come close to that total, without Fletcher, of course, it will be an uphill task. But Joseph has signaled her stay at the wicket. She inclined rather to go over the top every time, up over the mid-off area, and so one hopes that with that she can clear the mid-off most times, or she will perish.
Well, she has a lot of clearing to do. There's a backward square, right back on the boundary, mid-wicket back on the boundary, long on back on the boundary, and there's a cover sweeping, not quite on the boundary, but some distance away. This one is in the air, and just dropping short of a Connell there, who is at short extra cover. It was in the air for some time, and catch off for there that time, but probably dropping a bit short of the fielder.
What has me puzzled is that Elliott is a right-arm leg spinner, and as far as I'm concerned, she should be coming into the left-hander, but instead she's going away most times, and that is why she's being cut mostly through the offside. She is apparently bowling back of the arm with a little googly intermixed with it, but the majority of deliveries she has bowled has been going away from the left-hander.
Well, most leg spinners, when bowling to left-handers,
So they will change it.
They tend to bowl more googlies than anything else. These days, our good friend Imran Tahir, for example, he bowls more googlies than leg spinners, and he's supposed to be a leg spinner.
We call him a leg spinner.
Well, he would call himself a leg spinner
Okay.
also, but he tends to bowl more leg spinners. So 93 it is for 5, and as the over comes to an end. But somehow though, there's a tendency for bowlers to feel more secure and to feel that they have a better chance of picking up a wicket if they move that ball away from
the
batters,
batsman,
whether you're a right-hander or left-hander. So if you have that googly in your arm as a right-arm with spinner, then
This is
they
against the
tend to use it
left-handers.
quite a lot against the left-handers. Joseph is not going to die wondering.
She's gonna do what she has to do. And there's a fielder right back here, in number 23, deep long off position. And so if she middles it, it can go to her. And if there's movement on the ball, it will go to a short extra cover.
There was Haley Matthew tossing up what I consider to be a soccer ball, but she bowled it a bit too wide, and wide was signal.
Invitation.
But that was really an invitation for Joseph to go for the big shot. But we see Joseph here driving nicely along the ground, powerfully. But the short extra cover and finds Williams in the way, so she can't score. Oh, rather interesting, Willan.
Yes.
It was tossed up. She was winding up as if she
Changed
was
her
going
mind.
for a big shot.
Change her mind
Changed
about
her
the
mind
big
and
shot
she
or the ball.
gently eased it into the offside.
See, you could only hit certain balls, and she chose not to hit that one, for she thought it would endanger her, her getting out.
She was back that time but kept it out. Dangerous looking shot, but in the end she got it into the onside for single, but certainly she would not have liked to have missed that one.
She could well be advised not to play that sort of stroke again. It could only end in her demise. And
Well, not if she gets back onto it.
oops, that one jumped.
Yes, a bit of bounce there from Haley Matthew. Quicker delivery too, but well played by Glasgow in the end. She kept it down. She was howled into the shot, and she angled it into the offside. One bounce to Connell, who fields.
Haley Matthew has such a wide variety in terms of her, the balls that she bowls. She gets quicker, she gets it slower, she drifts it a little wider, and inviting you to go for the big hike. And then she comes with one straight and fast at your legs. And then if you miss that one, then you are a goner. But she has really displayed her experience, her guile, and of course, the Windwards could only learn from this experience, and of course, could only get better with time.
So it's 90.
Here's what to say.
Well, I'll have to add these on to the score as Matthew chases. And they're back for the second, so it's 96 now for 5.
Well, the Windwards have themselves to blame for the position they're in. I think the only thing that has gone wrong is that a couple of batters did not negotiate Haley Matthew as well as they ought. And as a result, the cream of the batting was practically stolen. And of course, facing 226, I thought that there was a slight chance there, even though historically it's against the Windward. You know, you can do it only when you do it. And I feel like there was an opportunity.
You're not suggesting, of course, that you have given up, are you?
Oh, no. I'm saying it makes it more difficult, not impossible.
98 it is for 5 as another single there to Glasgow this time. In the air and well taken by O'Connell. That one seemed to have been held back a bit by the bowler Elliott. And Kiana Joseph was into the shot too quickly. It was in the air and Connell was diving forward and taking a very good catch low to the ground. And Kiana Joseph makes her way back. So it's now 98 for 6. And my good friend John, you're having your question answered now. Crafton is going in at number 8. And I know you told me earlier on that she's probably a batsman who could bowl. But probably a batsman who could bowl going in at number 8.
Yeah, the guile of Elliott undid Joseph in this case. Joseph has a very high backlift, and when she comes down with intent. And in this case, the ball was held back slightly. She was into her shot early. It struck high on the bat apparently, and it flew to Connell. And again, I say it's credit to Elliott, who playing against these left-handers. She's bowling that googly consistently and creating some problems for the batters.
No, well, man, this is what I was speaking about. Matthew came on, she was very successful, but she opted to continue with the medium paces from the fine when she should have immediately
Turn to all spin.
turned to another spinner, perhaps a bowler like Elliott, who has been successful in this tournament so far.
Yes, I take your point fully.
as you mentioned about the killer instinct, as you say, when you have them down, you keep them down, and to have continued with the pace a little while after didn't work well for the effort of Barbados. It would have been better if she had turned to all spin attack, and then the Windwards might not have reached 70.
Well, probably not, but the spin certainly has been far more effective than the fast bowling, although, of course, Connell would have picked up the first wicket to fall. But the spin bowling certainly has been very effective for Barbados in the air. It goes up to wideish mid-off. Scantlebury Fields. So Windward's really struggling. They're 6 wickets down for 98. It's a good shot, mix up there between the two batters, and in the end they were through for the single.
Call me, sir. I would you just settle yourself. I got everything good.
Oh my goodness, that one beat outside the off stump.
Sir.
So, Crafton, the new batter. 99 it is now for 6. Oh my goodness, this one is pitching on about center and off stump and spinning further with Victor. She's getting a bit of purchase there.
Yes, indeed, and she has decided that as the captain too, she is going to take the ball in hand and just keep on staying on top of things, and that's the difference with experience and leadership here in between these two teams, and a wealth of experiences matures, and beating her again, getting some spin.
So, Victor, question. Are you suggesting that Haley Matthews taking the ball because she's captain, or is it because she's one of the leading bowlers for the Barbados team?
Leading bowler, and also too as the captain, but more so as the leading bowler, and has done the appropriate thing to take the responsibility on her shoulders, and is doing it quite well. So
Well, she is, but of course, as I would have alluded to, she's probably the leading spinner.
that's right.
In the Barbados team, and not just the leading spinner in the Barbados team, one of the leading spinners in the West Indies team, and she, on the international circuit in franchise cricket, she has become a leading bowler for whatever franchise she plays for, whether it's in WPL or in the 100 in England, and certainly she is a leading bowler. So whether or not she's captain, I think she would have been one of the frontline bowlers used by any team.
Well, she has proven it, and she continues to prove it, and so it is equal. And then, too, in the circumstances with posting a total of 228, it also gives her the opportunity to use a lot of variety in terms of her deliveries, because she have that huge total to defend.
This is a good drive there by Morgan, gets a single only. But Morgan has looked very steady so far. Crafton, who came in at number 8. In fact, that's the 100 coming up for Windwards. So 100 coming up. Yeah, so 9 fours, 1 6, and 128 balls for the 100 for the Windwards. And they pick up another run. So the scoring rate has not been bad for the Windwards Victor, but they've lost too many wickets, 100 in 128 balls. That's not bad going in a 50. As a matter of fact, 5.1 runs per over, so that's pretty good going, but they have lost too many wickets.
Yeah, the loss of wickets has made the big difference. And here is Elliott. And one of the more difficult arts is for spinners is bowling right arm or with the left arm back of the hand. But so far, she has been doing a good job to supporting her captain, Hayley Matthews. So Barbados large and in charge here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground.
Oh my goodness,
An appeal.
swinging in the wicket, there was a loud appeal, but perhaps pitching outside Flexstone. And no response by the umpire, but
Risky.
Glasgow looking to swing this one into the onside. She plays a good shot out to come for a single this time. And it's now 102 for 6 as the over comes to an end. And I'm sure Hayley Matthew will continue from this the media center end.
And most definitely, Hayley Matthews going to bowl out her 10 overs. No need to really take off herself because she has been very successful in this spell here from the northern end, and she will continue and try to really get those 4 remaining wickets as early as possible. Well, we'll have to wait and see what would be the resistance coming from these remaining batters for the Windward Islands. And really now Barbados large and in charge here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. She's really getting some bunks and turns, Matthews. We can see from here our vantage point where she's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. So looking very good indeed. Bowling consistently on a good line and length and pitching most of her deliveries between wicket and wicket. Let us see what would happen. And, well, no need for the batter to play that because it was spinning and going further away. But good field placement too, looking for wickets, having 2 slips in place. So Matthews having a wonderful spell here of off-spin bowling. And the batter can only come forward and no more runs. So the runs also drying up here for the Windward Islands, but 4 wickets are in hand. Successful Matthews continues. All right, well, 1 run by overthrow, but anyway, it goes to the total. They have plenty runs there to play with Barbados. 228 they posted when they batted first. And they've really been playing like defending champions in this CG Insurance Super 50 tournament, regional tournament here in St. Kitts. But we are at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground as this tournament is played in St. Kitts, and we are at St. Paul's. And here is another delivery. What would she do? Beaten outside the off stump.
Yeah, so the over comes to an end. And it's 102 for 6. I hope I have the score 103. For 6. So Windwards struggling at this point. And of course, these 2 would be looking to get as close as possible to the 228 runs scored by the Barbados team. The two batters, though, in particular, Glasgow, they have looked fairly comfortable at the crease at the moment. They're not behind in the asking rate, of course. The asking rate originally would have been just over 4 runs per over. But here is a good shot, and she should get 4. It was from an over-pitch delivery by Elliott, and it was swung down to a fine leg for 4 by the batter, Glasgow. Good shot indeed, and picking up some 4 runs. So it's now 107 for 6. But Glasgow is looking good so far. She has defended well, and she is now beginning to put the bad deliveries away. In fact, she could get another 4 here as it goes pretty close to the boundary, tied it up there by Kishona Knight, and Glasgow able to pick up 2 runs. So she would have moved on to 17. Another run, seemed to have played it onto the right thigh of Haley Matthew at slip. And the ball ricocheting into the offside for a single.
Yes, and the Windward Islands now they're looking to or trying to revive things for their team. Still a long way to go to get 228 runs. And we're 6 wickets down, 4 wickets standing. And obviously, Haley Matthews, the captain, is going to go right through her 10 allotted overs. And so far, her spell has been excellent from this to northern end. And she will continue trying to look for further success. And the Windward Islands really up against it here against Barbados, who are the defending champions.
Haley Matthew in the 9th over.
Don't stay down.
It's a wild hike there by Glasgow, going through the keeper and down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. So 4 much needed runs there for the Windwards. So 1 over for Matthew after this one. She's in the 9th over. And Glasgow, she's on 18 at the moment. But Glasgow's look solid though. She has defended stoutly. And perhaps she has not given up hope as yet. Perhaps she thinks that she could take a team over the line once she gets the adequate support from the remaining players. Quicker delivery driven back to Matthew, and she's unaware. It was a quicker delivery, and it was driven straight back to the bowler, who accepted the catch quite gleefully, and Glasgow is unaware, caught and bowled, or bowled and caught, as I would prefer to say, by Haley Matthew, and she would have scored 18 runs. So Victor, just as I was saying, Glasgow looking good, defending well. She gave it away.
Yes, from a flighted delivery there. She gave it more air, did Haley Matthews, invited the batter, and she struck it back to her arms. But what also to Haley Matthews has been doing well is that she will bowl in some overs two deliveries.
What we could tell you too, Victor, is that Haley Matthew has picked up a 5th wicket. So she has been very destructive here this afternoon and picking up a 5-4. And she's in the 9th over and she has picked up 5 for 31.
Yes, and this has been a magnificent, super magnificent spell from Haley Matthews. And what she has been doing adequately well is that she is switching from bowling over the wicket, around the wicket, coming back over the wicket, around the wicket. So making in each over, making the batter see her coming from different angles. Sometimes she's around the wicket, sometimes she's over, and she's around the wicket once again. So that too has been a very good tactical ploy by her. Sometimes she bowls 2 deliveries from around the wicket, then go over the wicket. So making the batter see her coming from different angles, and that comes from experience by switching and putting the batsman into a different mold by seeing the bowler coming from different angles of the crease.
So Matthew actually has 5 for 27. Oh, that's an appeal there. The stumps are broken. And she ends a 9th over. And she has picked up 5 for 27.
And what a magnificent spell. 9 overs, 5 for 27 runs. And really showing her expertise and the expertise of Haley Matthews, William. One of the things that bowlers use, especially spinners, bowling over the wicket, 2 deliveries, then go around the wicket and so forth. So all that is added incentive to the wealth of experience she brings to this level of cricket.
Yes, she is clearly unsettling the Windward Islands batters. For some reason, they're not able to negotiate her quite as well. Elliott bowls again, it pushes out to Cornell on the offside. Of course, Haley Matthew, a wealth of experience, and one cannot say too much about her. She has the experience, a very knowledgeable cricketer. Now here is one that is intently is supposed to have gone behind square for runs, and instead it's bubbled off the edge of the bat, and it goes just to short backward leg, and the keeper runs and retrieve just one, and the score remains, well, it goes up by 1. Of course, the Windwards could be, they could feel that they have not done well enough to, they did well enough to contain Barbados to 226, and many persons felt that the could have been more, but the good bowling of the Windwards, of course, put them in a position. 226, it was 228. 228, of course, that still proves too much for them. And here's a catch that's spilled by Haley Matthew, won by Elliott, going away from the batter. She felt for it, she touched it, and Haley, in a diving effort to her left, dropped it.
I think she got a full hand to it, but she did not hold on to it, and it was her left hand. I do not know if there was an impact by her elbow hitting the ground and it coming out, but she got a full hand to it, really.
Yes.
And it was just an error on her behalf, but she would have made up for the amount of wickets that she have taken, but no doubt. And see her rubbing her elbow a little there, and probably might have just fell there. That is why it came out. But that drop catch, she will have to really, and tidy up her final of the 10, which is allotted to each bowler in this Super 50 CG Insurance Super 50 Regional Women Cricket right here in St. Kitts. Matches being played at Warner Park and Connery Cricket Centre, and right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, it is Windward Islands up against Barbados.
Haley Matthew now having her last and 10th over. She has already bowled 9 for 27 runs. She has pouched 5 wickets, and you cannot ask for more from Haley Matthew. She missed, she goes past the edge of the bat on this occasion.
Well, she's looking for her 6th wicket, and she's bowling well, bowling around the wicket at this moment. So quite an interesting field by placing a silly mid off.
Oh, that one again, coming from Crafton. It went a little, it went quick enough, and the fielder at a very short, we call it silly point, if you want to call it that. She missed it. Apparently, it went too quickly, and she couldn't pouch it. That would have been another wicket for Haley Matthew, but it went aground. Here's Crafton now again facing. She pulls across the line. Of course, it goes to Connell at a shot mid-on. And, of course, there's another single.
So here's
116
yes.
for the loss of 6 wickets. For 7 wickets, here's the 8th wicket going out with, I think, Crafton, is it? Noel trying to paddle one from off to leg, and of course with a top edge it went to the 2 slips in attendance, and she was out. Now that's the 8th wicket that has fallen, and of course one more to none other but Haley Matthew.
Yeah, and she continues to get spin on the ball, is Haley Matthews, and that one spun, and the batter was guilty of not moving her feet in trying to get to the pitch of the delivery and just spoon a simple catch to the second slip fielder. So Haley Matthews really with the bat and now with the ball continuing here and leading by example as the Windwards goes further into trouble, and Etienne makes her way to the wicket, sporting the number 21 on the back of her jersey. So Barbados is large and in charge, and they are really playing like defending champions, which they are, and they are defending well, and they continue, William, to perform excellent here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground.
9.4 overs, 2 maidens, 28 runs, 6 wickets. That's Haley Matthew.
Yes.
To add to her 65 in the,
Repeat it again.
during her time at bat. Haley Matthew, 9.4 overs, 2 maidens, 28 runs, 6 wickets, 2 drop catches. And well, of course, Haley Matthew has done everything. And of course, the Windwards are tottering. They have gone into, decline. They went into decline when Matthew came on to bowl, and she got the, that wicket. And she bowled 3 persons consecutively. She had a hat trick. And in my view, in the history of this competition, that could very well be one of the noted points.
Well, and here is she. She is in her final over. She did well with the bat when she batted, and now with the ball, doing the same. So anyone who might possibly be in the adjudicator of the man of the match, I think it's a straightforward thing here, where the captain, Haley Matthews, now concludes her 10th over, and what a super magnificent spell it was from the captain of Barbados, Haley Matthews.
Of course, Edward was bowled by Connell for 2. James was caught off Matthew for 9. And Homer was bowled by Matthew. Million. Fletcher was LBW to Matthew for 43. Joseph caught off Elliott for 14. Glasgow caught and bowled Matthew 18. And Noel caught off Matthew Her score I didn't get on my paper, but we'll get that for you later. But Haley Matthew is the one person who stands out very well at this point.
Yes, indeed. That's obvious. One more run to the total, though. The Windward Islands. I'm just trying to accumulate how many more runs they can get. Somewhat. 2 wickets to stand in for
Once, yes.
the Windward Islands. So winning the toss and putting in Barbados. What was the point that they proved then by asserting? I think you made the valuable point earlier, William, that they might have been better batting first, and then as the wicket wore on, their spinners, as Ghana Joseph has been very well in the series, might have served that purpose well. But that's all in the past. What is present now is Etienne will be on strike, and 2 wickets left standing, and Barbados continue to defend their championship well here.
117 for the loss of 8 wickets, and here is Etienne trying to, I don't know if she was trying to pull, but she got it out in the short mid-wicket area, and there is no run. 117 as we stand for 8 wickets. Trying their best to get to 229, and one wonders if that is humanly possible at this point in time. That question, of course, I will prefer to put to Earl, but he's not here, so I cannot put that question to him. 117 up against 229, 8 wickets down.
So what's the question?
If it's possible. If you think it's possible.
Well, I did say earlier on, there's a thing called glorious certainties too, and this is a case of a glorious certainty.
For Barbados.
Well said,
Yes.
well said, well said, well said,
Yes,
well
yeah.
said. Totally in agreement with that.
Yeah, but
Because you see,